evening, everybody. Sorry for taking so long today on the waiting screen. I usually am a lot faster with that kind of stuff, but there were a few things that I wanted to set up tonight. First of all, good evening. How is everybody? I'm Neg Nass and I'm really tired. That is how I am doing tonight. Good evening. I'm Saver. Wait, good evening, little toothbrush. Good evening, fish cat. Good evening, toaster. Good evening, henpai. Good evening, aga. Good evening, Buechi. Good evening, Hilo. Good evening, Zippy. Good evening, Krokuta. Good evening, Kuroto. Good evening, Nasamaya. Good evening, Shokun. Good evening, Mosi. Good evening, Morakune. Good evening, War Lullaby. Oh wow, that is a war song of a name. That is a hell yeah. Good evening, Triceratops. Good evening, Jackal. Good evening, Winnick. Good evening, Zerodex. Good evening, Midnight Fox. Good evening, Krokuta. Good evening, Alfarani. Good evening, Robert Brown. Good evening, J9. Good evening, Peak Italian. Good evening, Duz. Good evening, Holojazz, and thank you for the follow. Good evening, Hazu. Good evening, are you? Oh! Are you? Oh, are you? Welcome. Oh, it has been a hot minute, are you? Oh, good evening, Trollius. Welcome. Okay, so. How do I start? How do I start this? Me as asking my audience. Hey guys, how do I start a stream again? You've been RuneScape obsessed. Oh no, good luck. I hope it's the old school RuneScape, because that's the good one. Good fucking luck, bro. I had my RuneScape phase, but I'm sure, knowing you are probably going way harder than I have ever gone on RuneScape before. How do I? Are you? You sure are. What do you mean I've already started? Oh yeah, true, I've already started the stream. Okay, well, first of all, I gotta ask, you know, it's the classic, how was everybody's past few days? And also, sorry, I was supposed to stream yesterday, but in the middle of the night, if you are on my Discord, you will know that I had a sudden attack. That's right, my stomach decided to attack itself from the inside. And the most curious thing is, last night I actually made dinner. Last night I actually made dinner. All I did was make a cucumber salad. And halfway through eating my cucumber salad, I suddenly had... No, for real. For real, it was cucumber salad. I'll tell you what, it's literally just... I'll tell you what you do is, you take a cucumber, you chop off the ends, and then you beat it the fuck off with a cleaver. You just beat it the fuck up, just like slap it with the flat side a few times, and then you chop it up so the inside is all smashed, right? And then you take all that, you put it in a bowl, and then you pour some vinegar in, you pour some sesame oil in, and then you put some sugar in, and then you mix it all up, and then you maybe sprinkle a little bit of chili powder in. And it's great. It's so simple. It's so simple. I could never mess it up. Yeah. It's one of my favorite things, because my family, we got KFC last night, and so I didn't have too much of the KFC. I was pretty proud of my cucumber salad. You make that when eating fish. Yeah. I think it's Oh yeah, I forgot. You also chop up a few cloves of garlic and you toss it in there. You also chop up a few cloves of garlic. KFC and cucumber salad do not go together. No, I think they do go together, because KFC is way too oily, and when you chuck the cucumber salad in, it balances it out. You know, it's like acidic and oily go together and they cancel. You usually add a tomato. I don't like tomatoes, so maybe you can add your tomato. I'll pass. But no. KFC is all KFC, right? So you have to have a salad on the side. Null Pointer, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Did you mean to come here, or was I the null that you were pointing to? Am I a memory leak waiting to happen? Also, Torashi, I was in the middle of my rant, but I didn't get to your resub. Thank you for the resub, bro. Good evening. You wish you caught the song premiere and the post-release stream live, but today was your anniversary. You have a boyfriend then. You like him. Well, you know what? I'm happy that you had a great anniversary. I would be really upset if you skipped your anniversary to come to my stream. I think that's a conversation you have to have with your boyfriend. You watched a new song together? Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy that you liked it. I'm happy that you guys liked it. Also, Couch, good evening. Couch, good evening. Thank you, Raichu. Thank you for the congrats. Well, null pointer. Yeah, those are dangerous, which is why it's a memory leak waiting to happen. You just wanted to let me know that the account that rated me is a bot. Their mass rating. Oh my god. Well, I guess null pointer is kind of accurate then. I guess in that case. Oh, thanks for the heads up, I guess. I guess I'll ban them. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, I thought they were real. No, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you so much for the heads up. Thank you, Mr. John. That's a good job though. Like you're doing a good job, sort of being out there looking out for other streamers. Good mod. Yeah, null pointer, more like infinite pointer. The null pointer was the real null pointer is the friends that we open braces. Yeah, so he's no longer allowed in this stream. No. We only do assembly now. Anyhow. You've listened to the song and you love what its lyrics bring out. I'm happy. Where can you find the song, by the way? It's on YouTube. Let me just grab the link for you if you need it. It's not on my channel. It's on Arkan's channel, but it's in the music playlist that I have on my main channel. Okay. Hold on a second. Before I get too carried away though. First of all, the two things that we need to address today. One, I'm sorry for missing stream yesterday. I had a poo-poo I wasn't supposed to say that part out loud. I was supposed to say that my stomach really hurt and I was in pain. Okay. No. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Like, I don't hide the fact that I go to the toilet. Okay, like we all go to the toilet. Like who doesn't pee pee poo fart, right? But the thing is, like you don't want to talk about your pee pee poo fart, you know? Like at least like you don't want to talk about pee pee poo fart in the sense that it actually happened. Like you only so what I'm trying to say is. I said the quiet part out loud. This is forbidden Cheeto discussion. Yes, it is. Anyway, all I want to say is, also, if your poop is the size of Cheetos, you might want to get that checked out because that means you're not having enough fiber, I think. Anyway, what I am trying to say is, I had a stomach ache. Yeah, either that or a rabbit, that's true. But rabbits are more like I hate this. I can't stop talking about it. You nearly managed to write something sympathetic. This is when your filter doesn't work quite right. Anyhow. Back on track. I'm sorry. I took half of the ADHD meds I usually take today because I remembered to take them too late. So now I'm all over the place. I need a second shovel. No, you know what? In fact, just bring the whole you know, the machine that goes or the big scoopy. Anyway, I had it felt like my stomach was a Minecraft block. And the inside of my stomach, there was somebody inside my stomach with a diamond pickaxe trying to mine through. But for some reason, the Minecraft block that is my stomach is glitched, so it cannot be broken. But it really felt like... Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? bedrock. So it's like my stomach was bedrock, and there was someone with a diamond pickaxe trying to mine my stomach from the inside. Yes, but not because of my Minecraft explanation. No, I think it's a pretty good explanation. It's okay. What it adds is it's very painful, okay? And I was curled up in bed, and I was curled up in a fetal position in bed, surrounded by all of my stuffed animals, and I felt like a soldier that got injured in the war. A soldier that was injured in the war, and I was dying, and all of my companions were watching me die and saluting me, going as I pass away. So that's why I couldn't stream yesterday. Even though I said I was going to stream. Did the meds help? Yes, and also fun fact, I forgot that I could have simply taken Panadol, so until I was so kindly reminded in the Discord chat that Panadol existed. You love doll medicine. We do sure love Panadol. You know what? This stream was sponsored by Panadol. If it were not for Panadol, I may have truly perished in battle. And that is a very long-winded way to say, sorry I couldn't be there, guys. Yesterday, I was sick. But don't worry, because yesterday's stream was rescheduled to tomorrow. So we have a stream tomorrow. God damn it. And because I wasn't able to stream last night, I wasn't able to tell you guys about the song release that I had earlier today. So put your hand up if you have no idea what you're looking at. Like you know the really nice picture behind me where I'm sitting in a room full of trees. Put your hand up if you have no idea what this picture is. You've never seen it in your life, and you're like, wow, that's a nice picture. What's up with it? Anyone need an explanation? Tomorrow is the you yesterday. That is very true. That is very true. Oh, okay, cool. We have a few people who haven't seen it. Okay, you're just putting your hand up, not because you don't know what it is, but because you just want to put your hand up. Okay, so you saw a comment about it looking like I was holding feet. Well, you know what? I guess you do need an explanation because you've never seen it before. Okay. So, for those of you who do not know, did you know that a long time ago, I used to actually release music? And I used to actually make produced music. A long time ago, I was a singer who actually records things and completes a studio mix and releases things on the internet, be them cover songs or original songs, yes? And it's been like a year since I've done something like that. Yes. Yeah, really, for real. So almost like, oh, don't say that. Don't say the cursed RS word. The only RS, the only RS compound word I want to hear here is RuneScape. Chill Cowboy, good evening. Welcome. And Nosville, thank you for the resub, bro. Thank you. I make it sound like it's been many years. I mean, it has been a single year, right? It has been a single year. But I am finally breaking my streak of no releases with a song release, I guess. I broke it this morning, actually. And this is a song called Learning Patience that I provided the vocals for, and I wrote the lyrics for, and I guess I did the visual composition for, but the work, the artwork itself was done by the lovely... Oh no, I need to look up their name. The artwork itself was commissioned by Arkhand, and it was drawn by... It was drawn by... Don't look at me like that. I didn't commission it, okay? All I did was I gave a sketch to Arko. I gave him a sketch and I said, go wild. I told him, go wild, and then he was the one that commissioned everything, okay? Because he's the producer of the song, and he's the one that organized everything, okay? I have it on screen right now, but I need to check, okay? I need to check. I promise. I'm not. My memory is not that bad. My memory is not that bad. It was created by the lovely Ahikarinyo. Thank you. And I really like how they drew everything, and the colors that they used are very soft and good, and their line quality, I must say, the line quality is very crisp and clean, and it is not a thing that I would have been able to pull off myself. So the memory leak is so real. I feel really bad right now. Yeah, it's really pretty and dreamy, and the music video was made by Jay, not to be confused with Jay. This is J-E. Anyway, enough beating around the bush. If you haven't seen this song, and if you are here in this stream and you look at the title and you're like, oh, I don't know what this title is. Well, the theme of today's stream is we're learning patience, right? We're talking about patience. So in our lives, we have had times where we've had to be patient with ourselves. We have had to be patient with people that we love and people who care for us, and it's hard, you know. Sometimes it's really hard. Like, I have my own story about what I wrote the lyrics about, because part of the lyrics of this song were written by me, and we can talk about it. But anyway, I'm very bad at explaining that. Simply new song. New song. Listen to this song. Gonna be out on Spotify tomorrow. Oh, Chief Gardner, thank you for the vote. Wait, thank you for the vid. Sorry, they have a map. You just got lost in my eyes, and I just. Why would you send me something so generic, bro? Why would you spend 100 bits to send me something so generic? I bet you say that to every VTuber you come across, huh? I kid. Thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you. And also, thank you for the resub, Azu. Thank you. Be patient. And also, yahoo! 20 months. 20 months is sure a lot of time for patience. 1,000 bits is for the special lines. I mean, look. I've been a VTuber for 3 years, buddy. Okay, I've run out of patience. I've run out of patience. See, I'm telling you, you guys wouldn't have, or maybe you would have, but you should have seen me when I was like a nervous little bean who was afraid of being mean to anyone ever. But you know. We do a little jest in here. Patience, but I'm not a doctor. I mean, I can start today if you're willing to be my first patient. I can start today. I've always been wanting to try out lobotomy. Yeah, I make songs. So this one was produced by my friend the Arcand. So he is the music producer. So a little bit of a. It's a good thing you have your library card because you're totally checking me out. 100 bits. Thank you for the bits. I'm obligated to thank you for the bits, but 100 bits again for another generic pickup line, bro. How many library cards do you have, huh? How many library cards do you have? Because I bet you didn't know that I have a collection of library cards. I have a collection of like 20 library cards because I've been going all over the state registering for libraries and never going back to it. Yeah, I really wish I could show you guys, but they're all docs risks. So I can't show you. Anyway. Background information. All right. Card collectible for library cards. I mean, like, I think of them like the same way that people collect train tickets, right? It's sort of like, oh, I've been here, and my name is now in the database, which is probably not the best, but I don't want to think about the connotations of that. Anyway. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. This is why I should take my meds. God damn it. Okay. Don't get distracted. Explain from the start. Number 1, what is Learning Patience? Learning Patience is a song that I released this morning. Number 2, song I released. I make songs. Yes, I do. Once upon a time I did. And so my good friend, the Arkhand, is a musician. He's worked with Hollow Live before. He's made background BGMs for them. He makes a lot of free-to-use BGMs. I don't know if you guys have, I guess, heard of him. Probably not, because he's kind of, you know, a lot of a behind the scenes kind of guy. But like we've been friends for a bit, and I really look up to him because he is a real life therapist, and we've had like okay, not because he's a real life therapist, but like I've spoken to him, right? Like he's in his 30s. He's lived life. He's gotten me on the life only really starts when you're 30 agenda. And he's a very wise guy, you know, and he's done a lot of work for a lot of people in very high places, but he still manages to keep himself humble. So I'm very glad that of all people he reached out to about collabing on a song with, he reached out to me. He was inspired by Porter Robinson, and there was, you know, the whole concept of patience and sort of waiting to learn to be okay with waiting. He wanted to write a song about that, and so he came to me with an instrumental, and he said, Neg, I know that you are also somebody who's been through a lot, and based on our chats, I think you are the perfect vocalist to work with. And so me being me, never written lyrics in my life, never written a single lyric in my life, I said, are you sure? And he says, yes, I am absolutely sure. You are my friend, and I feel like nobody else understands the way that I feel about this entire topic more than you. And so I said, okay, give me 2 weeks. I took 2 years. And here we are. I mean, learning patience, you know. He had to learn how to be patient. It's a very, very neg-coded. Very, very, very neg-coded. I mean, like, in those 2 years that I spent sort of writing, rewriting, mulling, and feeling bad about those lyrics, I've grown a lot as a person, and the more I think about this song and the lyrics that I wrote with him on it, the more I think, oh yeah, this is very relevant. You know, this is very relevant. He already had patience. He does, because he's a freaking therapist. God damn it. Very neck-coded. Also, thank you, Fishcat, for the vids. I saw that. I saw your little distraction. I heard your distraction. I heard it, and I chose to not let it get to me. Thank you for the vids. Am I a funny purple X rockstar because I'm your Aussie? Oh, thank you. Oh no, being told that I'm someone's Aussie never fails to stress me out. But I'm happy that you enjoy it here. And so, back to the song for a bit. For those of you who haven't heard this song before, I'm going to play it now. For those of you who have heard the song before and want to hear it again, hell yeah, let's hear it again. For those of you who have heard the song and don't want to hear it again, I'm sorry. This entire stream is going to be all about the song, so I suggest you take a rain check and come back tomorrow. And for those of you who haven't heard the song and don't want to hear it, well, okay, then what the hell are you doing here for, huh? Why are you here? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Now that I've covered like all 4 different types of people, let's go. What genre is the song? I don't know. I genuinely don't know, but according to Ark, it's melodic dubstep, which I've never heard the word melodic dubstep until today when he described it as melodic dubstep. And if you didn't tell me that this song was melodic dubstep, I would hear the term and be like, what the fuck is melodic dubstep? But how would I describe this in like the most layman's terms? Have you ever thought about if Porter Robinson songs was sung by Neg Nasu. It's a very, very, very Porter Robinson coded. Anyhow, get a listen. Let's listen to it together.
Are barely past, so it seems idyllic to think that you'll be back. Before too long I'm walking back when I felt we were closer, so it seems, how do I say I miss you when you're not gone? Yesterday you reassured me, you told me just to wait, that you'll be back soon, don't be anxious. I'm just here waiting. It's hard cause learning patience is all I can do. I'll be strong for you. Understood what all this means, I'll think it through about what I mean to you. No more doubts, patience for myself is also kindness to you. Another day, I'll wait the waters, I'll carry through this way until tomorrow won't agonize, cause I'll be here waiting and keep on learning patience. That's all I can do. I'll be strong for me.
That was learning patience. Man, the visual team goes hard. God, like I really, really love, like I'm just like sort of floored by like how well the art goes with the video and how well the video flows with the song. It's just like, yesterday was the first time that I saw the completed video. Sorry, this morning was the first time that I saw the completed video, like the final version. So it's just wow. I'm just amazed by it. How much one person can do with one illustration. Yeah, you feel much more patient than you did prior to hearing this song. Porter Robinson is when you take a xylophone, add a ton of depth and frequency, detune, and make a 1/4 silent jingle. And honestly, right? Honestly, it's like there's almost a formula for it. Oh no, it's not my drawing. All I did was I made the composition sketch for this, but this one was drawn by Ahika Ahikarinyo. Yeah, you like the piano and the singing and harmonizing were cool. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Like this, I'm actually really glad that it took this many years reading the name again. Please. The drawing of me. Yeah, no worries, no worries, no worries. Yeah. So I guess my first thought is my first thought is what. How do you feel about the song? How do you feel about the song? Cause like once again, you know, it took me so long to like even be okay with putting my feelings on paper, but I guess the theme of it, it's very in your face. You know, I'm homesick for times that barely. Yes, the male voice in the chorus is him. Yes. You know, and I like really enjoy. So like I was the one that sort of like scripted the harmonies and the different duet parts and everything, right? And so like I think it was like such a bold mixing choice to sort of have him feel like that robotic voice that is usually in the Porter Robinson songs, right? And I think it fits really well. Reminds you of all the times you were patient. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Zem. Good evening. Welcome. You feel like it starts out as about patience for other people and it becomes more introspective towards the end, which is neat. And I think that's how it always starts. You know, that's how it always starts. Like you like the parts where it talks about walking through water and uses weight, but it can also be interpreted as a weight, as in a mass. Yeah. Ark talked about how he liked that lyric this morning, and I was feeling a little bashful because I'm like, oh, I wrote that. Like that was a part where I was writing it, and I was feeling particularly proud of it, you know, because it's sort of like when you're. I spoke about this a little bit on this morning's stream on Ark's channel, but like when I was writing that lyric, I was thinking, oh, you know, when you're wading through water, the first few steps you take when you're like imagine you're like in a swimming pool, right? And you're sort of like walking inside the water. The first few steps you take, it's like whatever, right? It's just a bit of water. But then as time goes on and as you like keep trudging on, what you're being pulled back by is the resistance, and you kind of have to like carry your own body weight sort of, and you have to push your own body weight through that resistance you get from water. And so what started as something that was really easy, it wears you down over time, you know, and you really start feeling your own weight. It was which was I guess how I wrote that one going into it. Quite chill, like something you'd play during moody moods. Yeah, it's definitely a song you'd play when you're sitting there feeling sad. Shout out to the Neg in the corner. What a face. Yeah, honestly, I love that. Good evening, Jalapeno. Thank you for the thank you. Sorry, I need to ban this person. Anyway, thank you for the resource. It's very nice. You're focused on the flow and not the lyrics themselves. You need to read the lyrics to understand. There's some interesting syllable placing musically from what you gathered. You feel like it's a tortoise and a hare kind of perspective on how to get through life. No, the red part on the neck pal is the tongue, right? So I'll read out the lyrics for you guys. So it's, I'm homesick for times that barely passed, so it seems idyllic. To think that you'll be back before too long. I'm walking back to when I felt we were closer, so it seems. How do I say I miss you when you're not gone? Yesterday, you reassured me. You told me just to wait. That you'd be back soon. Don't be anxious. Well, I'm just here waiting, and it's hard 'cause learning patience is all I can do. I'll be strong for you. And then the second part of the song goes, words unsaid are what's left in my head. Did you know? Tears were shed when I last understood what all this means. I'll think it through about what I mean to you. No more doubts. Patience for myself is also kindness to you. Another day, I'll wade the waters. I'll carry through this weight. Until tomorrow, won't agonize 'cause I'll be here, waiting, and keep on learning patience. That's all I can do. I'll be strong for me. Yeah. Reading it back over kind of like makes me choke up a bit. It makes me choke up a bit about, I guess, like, Ark explained, because like the lyrics were a collaboration between the both of us, right? So like Ark wrote this about his friends in college, and he felt like they were all moving on from him. They were all like growing up, and it's hard when friends grow apart naturally, and it's not that they don't care about you. It's just that as you get older, life shit happens and priorities stack up, and you just have to be patient and you just have to trust that they will make time for you, right? And so that's what Ark wrote the lyrics about. That's his take on it. Mine, I had to really look deep within myself, because while I understand those feelings, I find it very hard to put things down on paper, right? I find it very, very hard to put words down on paper. And so I kind of went somewhere very, very personal. And so I'm just going to talk about that a little bit, right? So, as a lot of Neg pals, if like a lot of Neg pals have been like following me since like a few years back, you might know that, well, one, I still live at home. But also two, like my mother's not home very often, and I'm not as close to my dad and my sister as I am to my mom. And so over the past few years, like, she kept having to, go overseas for long periods of time to take care of my grandmother because she's an only child. And there were years where I would only see her for like a few weeks at a time, because once she's back for a little bit, she has to go again. And so yeah, it's been like 4 years of that. I think she like funny that she has to go again soon. But the first few years of that was really tough for me, because on one hand, it's like, oh, I'm an adult now. I don't need my mom. As like, ugh, I don't need my mom. But at the same time, when you're with dad and your sister are around, sometimes you're just thinking, oh, mom would understand this. And you just don't get the same relationship. But anyway, there was a time when I felt a lot of resentment to her as well. I was patient. I was like, oh yeah, I don't know when she's going to be back home, but she'll come back eventually. Like once grandma's okay, once everything like over there is okay. But, there was a time when I started wondering, does she just not want to come home? Like, does she just think of us as a burden? Is she a lot happier back home where her support system is, with all her childhood friends, where she grew up, with her classmates and everything? She talks so fondly about them. Does she not want us anymore? And it was really hard to stay patient when I sort of had those thoughts. And these are thoughts that I didn't even know I was developing. I didn't even talk to my friends about it. But then, like, I think, like, over time, I started getting mad. I just started thinking, okay, then I guess like, she's too afraid to tell us that she doesn't want us anymore. If she's happier over there, then fine, she can move back there. Like, I guess like, I'm an adult now. I don't need my mom, And like, I kind of quietly lashed out like that. And it was really sad. Like I was really sad. I was really upset. I couldn't talk to my sister about it. I couldn't talk to my father about it. Um, mm, and then I guess over time, sorry, I'm like getting a bit upset thinking about this, but over like how I felt at the time, right? But then over time, like I started realizing, right? Like once again, like learning patience. I had to learn to be patient, to know that she still loves me, my sister, our family, know that she still loves me and that she will come back. But then I guess there was also another part of me that was thinking, well, what if she doesn't come back? Is that going to be a problem? But that doesn't mean she loves us any less, right? And so now that I'm an adult, maybe I just need to be patient with myself so that I can graduate university, I can get a good job, and so I can make enough money, I can make a good life so that I can visit her and I can take care of her, to give her the environment here in Australia that maybe she doesn't feel like she has as well as she does back home, you know. And so it stopped being like a resentment towards her and being patient for her, and it started being a sort of, okay, like it doesn't matter what happens at the end, you know. It doesn't matter what happens at the end. I'm an adult now, and so I will learn to be patient, and I will learn to grow myself into the kind of adult that that is, I guess like deserving is not the right word, but that is able to, you know, be with my mother in person and take care of her, right? And yeah, that's what I wrote the lyrics of Learning Patience with in mind. Oh, heavy. You know, I mentioned this like earlier this morning on Arc Stream. It's not any easier to say out loud tonight. But yeah. Yeah, now the song hits harder when you know my context, right? But like once again, a song is as much as what the creators put into it as what somebody else takes away from it as well, right? Because I know that all of you guys have had something in your life that you've had to wait for, you know, because you care about someone, right? Lyrics are always more powerful when put in spoken word. Oh yeah, absolutely. And they're a lot more confronting when put in spoken word too. That was my main issue with writing lyrics, you know, because before I put them to a melody, it felt so on the nose that I felt too vulnerable. I was like, oh, this doesn't feel right, you know. Like, are all song lyrics like this? Yeah, multiple interpretations, and you see, like, there's no right interpretation because once again there are two creators to the song, and I came at it from a family angle, Ark came at it from a friendship angle, right? And like somebody else can come at it from a completely different angle. So I showed it to Asta, right? And Asta, and like Asta, as you know, like one of my closest friends, the first time she heard the song, her takeaway from it was actually like related to her own thing. So she has someone very dear to her who has gone away for 1 year, on like a scholarship program or something to another country. And so she's finding it very, very hard to wait for them to come back because that person was her at home emotional support, right? Like she has the time span. She knows when this person will be back. She knows she just gotta get through this, but it's so damn hard, even though she knows, because that person was her main support. And yeah, so like once again, that's a different thing that she's taken away from the song. As long as it doesn't hit hard from my experience, it also activates everyone else's experience here. That makes me really happy. You know, that makes me really happy. That's That makes it really. I feel like I can't take credit for it because like Ark was the one that sort of like came to me and said, "Hey Neg, we're gonna make a song," and I was like, "Hell yeah!" So like Ark was a genius with this theming. Ark was an absolute genius. So I'm very 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 happy to have been a part of this. Oh, so I contributed to the lyrics and yeah, we both wrote it. So yeah, Arkan took it to me for a reason. I suppose so. I suppose so. That's true. What song? Oh, a song that I released today in collaboration with my friend, the Arkan. This one. It has nothing to do with credit. It's just a joint effort interpretation. Everything is in the eye of the beholder. Absolutely, absolutely. That's the nice thing about art, right? I like the whole death of the author. I like how even if this wasn't attached to Neg na스, that someone could take something away from this. So that makes me happy. And I think like Ark didn't talk about this on his stream earlier, but I will say he was very inspired by this particular Porter Robinson song called Something a Little Bit Comforting. Yeah, a little bit comforting. I'm not too familiar with that song, but I remember going through the lyrics and I'm like, yeah, I like that vibe, you know. It's a little bit, it activates the feelings. It activates that lump in your throat, but also at the same time, it feels comforting. When a song sparks a discussion and it hits close to home for so many people, you know it's something special. Well, thank you, Metal Death. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not good at taking compliments, but I will thank you for enjoying the song, and I just want to like big props to Ark. Big props to Ark. Anyhow. So please, I'm gonna have an ego problem if you keep doing that. Don't do that. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna put back on my chipper BGM in the background because we've been talking with no BGM for a bit. Okay, so you have been summoned. Hello, Gold Grin Reaper. Hello, welcome. Okay, it sucks you lied. Thank you. You think you know those feelings inside you, but they're kind of super depressing and you don't want to talk about them? I mean, that's fine, right? That's fine if you're not ready to talk about them. Do I play any instruments? When I was in high school, I used to play the euphonium, and I hated it. And that's the only instrument I played. Unfortunately, I only sing. I wish I had the patience to stick out learning an instrument now in my older age. I don't play the ukulele very well. in my older age, I wish I could genuinely commit. Anyhow. So you may have noticed that only 1 hour has passed 1 hour has passed in this stream, and that is, and Neg na스 usually streams for like fucking forever. So I wanted to ask you guys, that's where the Google form comes in. Where's the link to my Google form? Oh my god, I lost my Google form link. But pretty much, right? Pretty much. I talked about my experience with learning to be patient because I care about someone. So I asked you guys to send in your experiences. Just go to Google Drive. No, oh god, that's a Twitter link. That's awful. That's actually awful. How do I delete my own comment? How do I delete my own comment? There we go. Delete. Wait, that's a Google Doc. Oh wait, that's a Google form. Okay, no worries, nurries, as the kids say. Joru, good evening! Welcome, Joru! Thank you so much for the raid! Happy Maid Day! Happy Maid! Let's give a shout out to Joru! Monster Rancher. Hey, why does that sound... That sounds like Monster Rancher. I know of Monster Rancher. I've seen it around. Is Monster Rancher... Oh, it is! is. It's another one of those creature collection games. See, I was getting it confused with one of the more like recent games that came out. Like what's it called? Monster Sanctuary. Thank you so much for the raid, Joru. Also, like big shout outs to Joru. It meant so much to me that you were there for today's song premiere. Like it really does mean so much to me because I know how busy you are, right, Joru? I know how busy you get, and the fact that you were sort of like just quietly supporting me there, I was like, oh, Joru. And I think like I don't want to put you on the spot, Joru. I don't want to put you on the spot, but like I think Joru, you're pretty familiar with being patient with like sort of waiting for someone you love, right? Because your mom doesn't live with you in Japan just yet, does she? So like I understand that feeling so much. Go man. I feel like I just like randomly put you on the spot. Yeah, it was 5 years. Like I know how close Joru is with her mom, and so like as someone who is also a mom's girl, like I feel that so much. So Joru, I don't know if you were there earlier, but like did you know Joru, like for the song that you heard this morning, like I wrote the lyrics about missing my mom. God, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing when you condense it down to say like that. Yeah, I wrote this song about my mom because I miss her. That's so cheesy. But it will be like that. It will be like that though. It's a awfully reductionist way of looking at it too. Yeah, awfully reductionist. But it's also like TLDR, kind of true though. But like, hey, what's wrong, right? What's wrong with missing a family member? Again though, thank you so much, Joru, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful time playing Monster Rancher. Monster Rancher, right? Yeah, okay, good. I got the name right. Monster Rancher. And I do know that you are dressed as a maid today. So I hope you had a great maid day. Meido no hi. Monster Rancher, hella based. Desyo. Anyhow, for the raiders who just came in, should I play the song again for them? I don't know. I want to keep talking though. It's like 3 minutes to wait. But yeah, pretty much. For the raiders who came in, my name is Neg Nasu. I am a funny purple dog. And sometimes I sing songs. And today, I just released a song in collaboration with a friend. I wrote lyrics for it and I sang it. Sometimes I woohoo! And okay, I'll play just a little bit of it. I'm not gonna make everyone sit through like another 30 minutes. Not 3 minutes, sorry. Brought to you by Porter Robinson, but not really. Brought to you by the Arkhand.
I'm homesick for times I barely passed, so it seems idyllic to think that you'll be back. But for too long I'm walking back when I felt we were closer. So it seems, how do I say I miss you when you're not gone? Yesterday you reassured me, you told me just to wait, that you'll be back soon, don't be anxious. I'm just here waiting, it's It's hard 'cause learning patience is all I can do. I'll be strong for you. Are what's left in my head. Did you know tears were shed when I last understood what all this means? I'll think it through about what I mean to you. No more doubts. Patience for myself is also kindness to you.
Yes, it's gonna be on Spotify.
I'll wait the waters. I'll carry through this way until tomorrow and agonize, 'cause I'll be here waiting and keep on learning patience. That's all I can do. I'll be strong for me.
Okay, I just want to pause like real quick. I just want to pause real quick. I want to let you guys in on some behind the scenes secrets. Deep Freeze, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I want to let you guys in on like something really like something behind the scenes, right? You know this particular part. Okay, wait for it. So like, you know how it goes dun 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 dun, and then it sort of like crashes here, like where is it? Yeah, that part. You know, that part wasn't originally in the song. And you know what it started as? It started as like Ark was rearranging the instrumental, and sort of we were going through the mix like in a Discord call, right? And I was kind of like, oh, turn up the harps here, or maybe tune the EQ here, yada yada yada. That was a mistake. That there, like, he was supposed to play the loop over again, but then he realized that one of the notes accidentally doubled over, and then I said, wait, hold on a second, I like that. And he said, yeah, keep it. And I'm like, yeah, you can. And then I said, you can even double down on it because it kind of has the musical cadence of sort of like tripping over and then getting back up again, like even stronger, right? Like doesn't it feel like that? It feels like a sort of second wind crescendo. Isn't that neat? Doubling notes like that is common. You're surprised we didn't try it. Yeah, I'm surprised that like he didn't put that in there. Yeah, it's a little stumble because like the way that Ark wrote the top line as well, I think like at certain points he like put in some like accidental notes. So like accidentals in music are a note that is outside of the key, but you sort of like put it in there to insinuate something, right? To build tension. And so like he was so meticulous about how he wrote the melody with like putting accidental notes here and sort of like, you know, like learning patience, that's all I can do. Like that's like a little minor, you know, it's kind of learning patience. And he made the patience part like go upwards because it's almost phrased like a question. You know, it's not resolved. That's all I can do. And then he waits. I'll be strong for you. I'll be strong for me. You know, and then it goes back to major, which like resolves it. Like, I don't know. I don't know much music theory, but that's how he explained it to me. And it's just, Your brain's so big. His brain is so big. Lord Lionel, thank you for the follow. Okay, thank you. I explained it properly. Oh, thank God. I was hoping. I was like, oh God, if that's not actually like a minor to major resolve, then I, to the music people, I looked like a butt face. Accidental way to demolish the dentals. God damn it. God damn it, there will be no more patients if you destroy the dentist office. Yeah, the silencer percussive cymbal restart is very dubsteppy and happy. Right? And also, like, there was this particular part. I really like this particular part. Like, it's very typical, but I enjoy the. Hold on, where is it? Yeah. That's all I can do. I'll be strong. For me. That part hits so much. Like every time I hear it, like Ark orchestrated it so well. It's just the 2 bars of silence as the reverb and the echo from the phrase that just came before it kind of fades out, and you let the reverb sit. 2 bars, 8 measures. And then what it comes back with is, you know, like a deep breath in. For me. Yeah, the 8 measures of thought. You know, the 8 measures of thought, like, hold on a second. It's not for you. It's for me. It's not only for you, it's for me. And like, Ark said that he liked the, you know, Wade the Waters lyric. My favorite lyric is super duper on the nose, but my favorite lyric in this song is, you know, patience for myself is also kindness to you, right? Because, well, put your hand up if you've ever been in a situation where you're anxious that somebody you messaged hasn't responded to you yet. Like put your hand up if you've ever been in that situation. Like if my model was rigged to put my hand up, I'll be putting my hand up right now. But unfortunately I can't. Yeah, anxious for different reasons, for sure. It's been a while, but yeah, or constantly. Yeah, absolutely. And so one thing is, like, it's so damn hard to be patient. Because your mind, in that situation, because your mind is like racing through 10,000 different reasons as to why that person didn't respond. Like, oh, they hate me now. They've definitely seen the message, but they ghosted it because they hate me. Everything from that to, oh, I guess they have other priorities and I'm low priority, you know? And sort of like, to have patience for yourself, like giving yourself patience to be like, okay, I'll wait. We'll see how this resolves. It's kindness to the other person because you're not assuming the worst of them. It's kindness to the other person because you're putting trust in them that what they told you about what you mean to them, you know, what they told you about what you mean to them still stays true. It still holds true. So even if you don't have an answer right now, you trust them. Right? Benefit of the doubt. Right. Yeah, it turns out to just be them sleeping. Bro, can I tell you? Can I tell you? Sorry, this is gonna be a tangent, but when I was in high school, I was so toxic. When I was in high school because so there was this person I had a crush on in high school, and my freaking God, I got so mad when that person said BRB sleep. Like, we were having I was trying my best to rizz them up in the DMs. Shut the fuck up. Don't say Jeff. But yeah, it was Jeff. It was the Jeff that I mentioned in that one Marshmallow stream that never worked out. Yeah. Like, I was like in my DMs, in the DMs, trying to rizz this person up. I was trying to rizz this person up. I was trying to be like, oh, I want to get closer to this person. I'm cherishing the time that I get to speak to this person, you know? And for them to be like, oh yeah, by the way, BRB sleep. I remember ranting to my friends about it, being like, who does he think he is? BRB sleep. What if they're an EP boy? I mean, to be fair, it's like a normal time for people to go to sleep, right? It's a normal time for people to go to sleep. But it's sort of like in my brain, I was like, bro, you're not coming back. Like you hit that BRB sleep, you are not fucking coming back. Like 8 hours? 8 hours, give or take, that is not BRB. That is goodbye sleep. like granted, right? Granted, I was a kid back then, and now as an adult, I think BRB sleep is really funny. I think I think BRB sleep is really funny, and I will definitely use it. Yeah. Kind of romantic. It's not goodbye. It's BRB. Baby, with you, it's never good night and goodbye. It's always BRB. It's never G2G. It's BRB. I fucking hate that so much. Thank you so much. Well, BRB is gonna be right. Baby, you and me, never G2G. It's always BRB because because illy. And you're my meant to be. Suddenly we're teenagers in 2000 again. Babe, it's not you, it's me. You are just too BRB sleep and not enough G2G sleep. Sorry, bro. I will not BRB. I G2G, and that's forever. You need the cursed foul again. Oh my god. Anyway, so I'm trying to do work in the background and you're bombarded by cringe. How millennial sees Gen Z. Oh my god. No, is that not how Gen Z sees millennials? Kind of, oh my god, millennials still talking like that in our God-given year 2024. Trying to be poetic and suave because it comes out as douchey. No, we're making fun of it. We're making fun of it. We're making fun of it. Okay. Anyway, so back to the point that I was making, right? Like about patience for myself is also kindness to you. Okay, yeah. So essentially, when I was a kid, I got mad at that. Wait, why did I talk about that story again? Oh yeah, it was a tangent. Oh yeah, so you're sort of being like, okay, I trust this person. Like, granted, like Jeff was nobody to me. When like codename Jeff was nobody to me, like back then. I was like, who the hell is this? I was a stupid teenager with a crush on someone I barely knew. But then anyway, like even like with a friend, right? With a friend, I know that I'm usually the one that places people in the position of needing to be patient with me, you know, needing to be patient with me. I have had a lot of friendships go through rough patches because I'm a hermit sometimes, you know. I go social hermit. Like sometimes when I'm stressed out, I fall off the grid. I don't respond to DMs. I don't look at DMs, and I get anxious. And I don't respond, and then I come back after a few days. I send a thumbs up, and I'm like, "Yep, I'm back. I'm ready to rumble again." And some people, you know, can't handle that, right? Some people can't handle that, and that's like on one hand, that like yeah, that's an incompatibility. If someone's like so anxious, like if like someone's so anxious and they can't handle that, then that's an incompatibility, and that's like kind of nobody's fault. But sort of like if you don't know me very well yet, that can kind of come off as questionable, right? And so the process of like getting close to me is sort of learning to have patience for that and trusting that it's not you, it's me. And like in the past, I've always been like, oh man, that's like a bad thing about me, you know, like, oh man, I gotta learn how to stop disappearing, and oh man, that's so bad. But I think like recently, I've learned to accept that about myself. I'm like, you know what? I think it's fine to not be constantly available all the time. You know, back in the Victorian era, mail had to take 2 weeks to be sent. 2 weeks. Okay, I think I'm fine. You have a sister that ghosts people all the time, so you're used to it? Oh, Pog, let's go. Me as your sister. I'm back and nothing bad happened. Do not ask questions. Do not ask what the bloody bag behind me is. Danzo, Asta! She's probably gone by now, but I'm gonna read her message anyway. You can't stay, but congrats on the new song. You know, I worked hard on it. It really shows. It's amazing. Made a song inside it. Oh, I love you. I love you, Asta. I love you, Danzo. Oh, Thank you for coming by, for the encouragement. Oh, back in the Victorian era, they used carrier pigeons. Did they not have like a town courier, like a little malnourished Victorian boy that like runs around being like, please, here's your mail. Can I have a tuppence? Still takes 2 weeks. It's not email, to be fair. Ah, fair enough. They did not use carrier. What did they use? What did they use? That was in fact. Why would you lie to me? You know, I put faith. Okay, I put faith into my Twitch chat to not give me misinformation. I never check my sources. I never fact check things that are told to me. Oh no. Postman is a HTML. It's a Postman is a thing for web dev. Postman is not. You used to argue that people had to wait for their lover for months to come back to say that young people nowadays are too impatient. Well, there you go. You see, there you go. It's pretty old by now. Postman. Oh yeah, Postman is pretty old by now. People still use it. The postal system is not a new... Email? Yeah, only I'm allowed to give misinformation. You would you spread misinformation. Anyhow, so what I meant to say by all that is we've all had times where we were impatient with people, right? And I do want to piggyback off what I just said to say something else, which is you don't always have to have unlimited patience for someone you love, right? There comes a point where you do have to respect yourself and say, all right, I've had enough, no more patience. My patience has worn thin. I am no longer patient and I have to walk away for my own good, you know? And of course, I gotta link it to the ongoing discourse about commissions and stuff. That's always ongoing discourse. But if you're waiting for something for so long and you never receive it, be it mail, be it a package, be it a product, be it a response from a friend, or be it something that your friend is giving you, right? Be it something that your friend promised to give you, it's perfectly fine for you to reach a point of saying, okay, I've had enough, if it's causing you grief, you know? You have no patience, you're not a doctor. Oh, that's what we've got in common, buddy. And so maybe the sequel song, Learning Patience, Electric Boogaloo, I've had fucking enough. Can come out eventually, right? But for the people who really do matter to you, and for the people that you know that you have to trust, you know that you can trust, right? You know that you can trust. Sometimes it is hard to find patience in you. Sometimes you know that it's just the evil voice whispering in your brain. And so this song goes out to you guys. But for you guys whose patience has run dry, wait another 2 years. We'll have Electric Boogaloo 2. Fuck patience. Very, very few people like that. That said, you got an email saying the Kickstarter thing you backed in 2021 is finally being delivered next month. Oh, hell yeah! I guess the patience paid off then. You've had enough time to rip and tear Doom music. Starts playing. Okay, finally! finally, we can get to the user submission part of this stream. Your response to the song despite it not being fully played out here. Oh, I'm happy. Happy. Anytime someone has an emotional reaction to it, I'm very, very happy. It will be going on Spotify tomorrow, so I'll let you guys know. Once Ark has sorted that out. He's sorting out everything. I feel like he's doing all the hard parts. 1.5 hours, guess. Yeah, we needed patience to get to this part, okay? And so I asked you guys to, once again, if you haven't sent anything in, you can take the opportunity to send something in now, either anonymously or you can sign your name if you want to. But I asked everyone for their own stories about times that you've had to be patient for someone, you know, someone that you cared about. And sometimes it's difficult, you know? Again, you were born this old. You're built differently. Yeah, built differently. Born with white hair. And if I will say, if one of these submissions say, oh, I'm a patient because Neg Nass cancels streams a lot and I need to wait for her to finish her thesis because she's always unpredictable when she's on thesis. Oh, this is unpredictable when you're doing a thesis. I gotta be patient for that. I'll throw a rock at you. I will find where you live. I'll go to the dark web. I'll pay people to dox you. I'll go to your house and I'll throw a rock at you. Wait, actually, for legal reasons and for real reasons. This is a joke, okay? This is a joke. I'm not gonna dox people. I'm not gonna dox people. Okay? But I will throw a rock at a tree and pretend that tree is you. How big is the rock? It'll be small enough so that it doesn't cause lasting problems in your life. But yeah, I'll throw a rock at you. That sounds cheaper, I guess. Yeah. I'll you know what? I'll write your name on a piece of paper and I'll fucking throw a rock at you. Just a bit of doxing as a treat. This is the second stream you hear that she's gonna talk about the thesis again joke, but you never actually heard the thesis. I can't talk about my thesis because it's gonna get published and it's gonna be a dox if you Google it. Because I am doing a very niche topic. You'll send me a brick back then. Oh, hell yeah. Infinite brick glitch found. Anyhow, let's get on to reading about patience from all of you guys. Let me just quickly make sure that there's no incriminating information here on my Google Forms. There probably shouldn't be. I don't know. Does this form say that I killed a man? Because it would be really inconvenient if people found out. I'd probably be cancelled. Let's see. Google Forms. Sign in. Okay, there we go. That's the... What? No? What? No? What? No, I don't know what a man is. No? No? I don't know where you heard all that nonsense from. No? What body? Where did this body come from? No? Behold a man. It is hairless and bipedal. Behold a man. Alright, let's read these. Isn't man just the Linux command? I killed it. Oh my god, we get it. You use Linux. Wait, no, that's me. That's the wrong. That is the wrong window. Where is the window? There it is. Okay, so we're gonna close this one up here. Oop. We're gonna close this one up here. We're gonna yonk this one on down here. And alright, let's look at some responses. BRB sleep. That triggered something in me. That triggered my fight or flight response. You'll have to take off now? Just shower. Okay, BRB shower then. Have a wonderful shower and I hope you had a great time today with your boyfriend. And I'm glad that you liked the song, bro. I'm glad you guys liked the song. Have a good shower. And if you don't end up coming back, have a good sleep tonight. Take care, okay? I'll be going on vacation. Well, I hope you'll come back. I hope you don't get lost on your vacation. You know, it can be quite scary, okay? People, the tourist trap's very scary. Alright, let's start reading. BRB going on a... God, why are you guys all suddenly going places? Okay, so this one says, when I was in high school, I used to get really annoyed whenever someone asked me a question. You know, funny that I feel like I've also had that experience. I feel like I've also had that experience. I used to get really annoyed when someone talked to me and I was doing something else. I answered it and they forgot and asked the same question again a few days later. However, I'm also bad at remembering things myself. In my final year of high school, I decided to be more patient with people and not get so annoyed at them for not remembering stuff. Are we talking about bromine, and boron? I wanna cry. You made me cry, Trollius. I don't know why that one was the one that got me. I'm feeling a kind of mix of emotions I don't know how to describe right now. You didn't plan a road trip together without me. By the way, you gotta go. Oh, you know what? I'm glad that you guys are bonding together, I guess. That was really good. Anyway, okay, ask again a few days later. However, I'm also bad at remembering things myself. In my final year of high school, I decided to be more patient with people and not get so annoyed at them for not remembering stuff. By doing so, I was more easily able to forgive myself for forgetting things. So, in a way, becoming more patient with others helped me become more patient with myself. Oh, you see, like this is nice. This is really nice. You see, like funny that, right? You often find that the people who are the rudest out there to other people, you know, like you know the whole like, oh, treat others as you would treat yourself, yada yada yada. Like 9 times out of 10, if someone is really rude and out of pocket towards you for no reason, it's probably because they're also really rude to themselves. You know, like I think it's very hard for us not to accidentally or like to inadvertently hold other people to our own standards, right? And what annoys you the most about yourself, like it's so generic, everyone knows this, but what annoys you the most about yourself, you're gonna see in other people, and that's gonna bother the heck out of you. So learning to like yourself more actually miraculously makes everyone else around you so much more tolerable, right? And like that's the thing, right? That growing up and leaving my early 20s has taught me that insecurity within yourself, it hurts. I would argue that insecurity hurts other people more than it hurts yourself. Because I used to operate under the mindset of sort of, oh, it's okay if I don't like myself, you know, as long as I'm nice to everyone else. It's okay if I don't like myself. Like it doesn't really affect anything. In fact, it keeps me from getting a big ego, yada 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 yada, right? But if you don't like yourself, like if you're insecure about yourself, you're gonna end up treating other people shittily, right? And especially people who care about you as well, because, you know, like what's something that people do when they think that others don't care about them? They also treat them callously. You know, it's kind of like, oh, I'm not that great, so my friends probably don't like me that much. And by doing that, You're like, oh, I'm not gonna go to this friend's birthday party because I can't be bothered because, oh, they probably don't care if I'm there or not anyway, right? But then you don't show up and that friend is like, oh, but it meant a lot to me. Why weren't you there? I mean, that's just like a really, really basic example of something that could happen. What if you're being mean by accident? Like one time a coworker told you that they'll throw a person your way, and you told them not to do that because it's dangerous, and you meant it literally. They could get hurt, but it got through as you saying that person is fat. Well, I feel like they're taking the worst possible interpretation of that, no? I feel like they're interpreting it in like the most mean possible way, because when I think of I'm gonna throw a person at you, I just think dangerous. I just like straight up think dangerous. I don't think, oh wow, you're calling me fat. I just think, hey, humans are generally very heavy, and it's probably not a great idea to throw one at someone. Anyway, this same person also used to get really annoyed whenever... Oh, sorry, no, that's scrolled up. Used to get really annoyed whenever they forgot about something, even very little things. They became obsessed with never forgetting anything and wrote down every single thing I had to remember in my reminders, no matter how small it was. Oh, I feel that so much. I feel that so much. It's like a little mental checklist. I feel like we all, like... Hey, so, like, once again, going on another tangent, but for those of you who are prone to forgetting things, especially when you leave a restaurant, are you... And you're going to a restaurant with a friend, right? Or, like, with a group of friends. Are you always that one friend that doubles back to where you guys were sitting and you do like the awkward squat and like getting your face all up in the table, looking under the chairs, looking at everything? Yeah. And then you leave and they're like, oh, is everything okay? Your friends are like, oh, is everything okay? And you just say, yeah, nah, just checking. Yeah, that's you? Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me. Yeah, that's also me. That's also me. Like, it's sort of like, I'm so used to leaving things at the restaurant, or like I'm so used to forgetting things that if I didn't forget something and I randomly remembered, then it feels weird. Like, it feels like I've forgotten to forget something. You know what I mean? So like, sometimes I even double check. Like, I'll go back and check, and I'll walk out, and I'll be like, wait a second, did I check? And then you go back and check again. Yeah, that burning feeling if you don't check, you totally forgot it. It's such a... It's such a trauma response. Okay, trauma is probably making fun of it a little bit, but like... I don't know, to me, leaving stuff everywhere all the time was pretty traumatic. It's like an anxiety compulsion, you know. But you usually keep everything together in a bag so you don't have to chase it down individually. Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that. Everything always gets messed up, like my files. Every time I'm at a bus stop, I always have to do the scramble to find my card. And I hold everybody up. And there was this once I wasn't able to get off the bus in time because I couldn't find my card to tap off with. So then they just closed the door and drove off. It was really bad. I was just fumbling in my bag for ages. And I do have a card holder. Except the problem is, sometimes when I put my card away, I don't put it back in my card holder. I just put it away in my pocket or into my bag, like the big pocket in my bag. So what's the point of having a wallet in the first place if I'm not even going to remember to use the wallet, right? I don't know. It's a skill issue. It's a me issue. Okay, I'm saying this out loud for those of you who are too embarrassed to also say, oh yeah, I also have the same experience. Because I'm definitely getting made fun of. Anyway, of course this resulted in those reminders piling up as I was not able to do everything I wanted to do and was too focused on remembering to do things that it didn't Oh no, this is me as well. Oh no, this is so me though. This is... Bro, you're so true for this though, because I do this as well. Especially to-do lists. You know, to-do list. It feels so good to write a to-do list and to look at your to-do list and to check off every single thing on your to-do list. That like you put so much on your to-do list and then you end the day feeling really disappointed in yourself and you're like, oh, tomorrow for sure I'll get through more stuff. You know, Alright. It took a long time, but eventually I had to accept reality. Oh, I wish I could get there. I wish that were me. You and I not the same. It's impossible to remember everything, and it's okay to forget things sometimes, and being asked the same question again a few days later. However, I'm sorry, it just teleported itself back up to the top. Maybe I should go with individual. There we go. There we go. That's probably better, so it doesn't teleport when we get new things. There we go. Took a long time, had to accept reality. It's impossible to remember everything and it's okay to forget sometimes. And you'll never have enough time to do everything you want to in life. Oh, don't say that. don't say that. That's terrifying. So you have to prioritize and select the most important things. These two things were very difficult to accept at first, but I learned and am still learning to be patient with these realities of life. Oh, I like that. Oh, I really do like that. I like this. So, like, instead of sort of learning to be patient for someone else, like, this person really doubled down on the sort of being patient with life for themselves. You know, learning to be patient with life and learning that it takes time to be okay with things. It really does take time to be okay with things, you know? Like, I've said this earlier on Ark's stream, but I'll say it again because I do like to double dip on these things for the people who didn't hear it the first time. But just because your goals have changed, and just because the things that you want to do have changed, and the things that you are doing have changed, doesn't mean that you're inherently any less happy, right? This is gonna be another tangent, right? This is gonna be like another ranty tangent. But I feel like a lot of people ascribe success and happiness towards things like permanence, you know? Like, say for example, let's go with like a buck wild example. Say for example, Neg Nass, I quit streaming today. Like, imagine this was my last stream ever, and one day I just decided, yeah, nah, that's enough. Yeah, no, that's enough, right? Like, from the outside, people will be like, oh, that's a shame, you know? It's kind of like, oh, you know, oh, she failed, or like, oh, you know, that's a shame. What made you quit? Oh no, that's terrible, right? It was like, you know, oh shucks, you know, what a catastrophe, right? Maybe I should have used like a corporate VTuber that quit for an example, but like, bro, those guys don't stay dead. They come back. They're cockroaches. So I can't use them as examples. Okay, I mean that affectionately, okay? Affectionately. It's just an example, right? And so... affectionately. It's good to know that they're still creating out there, right? But like... like, cockroaches are tough. They survived evolution. They were around from the dinosaurs. Okay, you take care in RuneScape. Good luck. Don't get killed in the PvP worlds. Stay safe in the wildy. High Alk, Agility Cape, and Questing Cape, Dragon Slayer 2. Take care. Hardcore Iron Man. You understood that. Thank you. I just needed to let you know that I used to play RuneScape. I wanted to say a bunch of words. Thank you. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, so a lot of the time, right, people ascribe success to permanence. I read like a great post on this one day, but it really made me think, you know. It really made me think. And so Like, I want to assure you guys that I'm not quitting anytime soon, okay? I enjoy yapping way too much, and you guys are the only goobers that are gonna listen to me yap for so long. About absolutely everything that I want to yap about. And so, anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was ranting. No, was I ranting? No, I was venting. No, I wasn't venting. I was postulating. Ah, there we go. That's a nerd word for venting. I was postulating about how a lot of the time people ascribe success to permanence, right? And so like if I decided to quit, then people would say that it's a shame. But was it really a shame if, say for example, me quitting opened up more time for me to start a project like game dev, right? Or say for example, and I'll give you a very real example. Okay, so I have a friend who used to run a VTuber clipping channel, and this person has more subscribers than me, actually. This person has more subscribers than me, and and so this person translated a clip of their oshi, and their oshi subscribed to them, said thank you, yada yada yada, and then after that, they just decided to stop clipping. Like they just stopped. And so at the time I couldn't understand. I was like, why'd you stop? You know, why did you stop? It's a shame that you stopped. It feels like a waste, right? And then then that friend said, I'm done. Like it was just the most nonchalant, oh yeah, I'm done, you know? But it wasn't a done as in nothing happened to make them stop. They're just like, I just don't feel like it anymore. And that's fine. Because now they have time to do other things, right? Now they have time to do other things and do a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't even get to the top. It was sort of like get to a point that they're happy with, you know? Because a lot of the time when people achieve something that they're happy with, suddenly it's sort of like, well, that's not enough. I need to go higher. 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 And then at that point, the goal is to go perpetually higher, right? Yeah. And I was talking with like, you know how like Cosplay Girl had a crisis, and I was talking with her last week. We talked about a bunch of life stuff, and so she was talking about how there was a bunch of stuff that she wanted to do in high school, and she regrets not having done all of them because she was afraid of not being able to commit to them, because she's sort of like, oh man, I'm already so tired. I'm studying for the final exam and everything, and by the time I get home it's going to be this time, and I'm so tired. I don't want to do anything extra, you know? And then she's thinking back and she's like, oh, you know, I really regret that. But now even as a working adult, she's like, oh, but I want to do things. Oh, but I feel like I have no time. But I do have time. I just feel tired, right? And so what I'm hearing is the main reason why she's not doing all that stuff is because she's afraid that she's not going to be able to commit to it. So it's sort of like well, I mean, if I'm not going to be able to, if I can't guarantee that I can commit to it, then why start? You know, it's a waste. Why start? Why even try? And I don't like that. I don't like that. I really don't like that for several reasons, right? It's one of the main reason why I don't like that is I think it is such a fucking shame to never try anything at all because you're afraid that you won't be good at it, and to be afraid that you won't commit to it. Like like I hate it. I absolutely hate it when someone's like, oh yeah, I tried this once and then I failed and then I stopped. I hate that because you didn't fail. You succeeded at trying. And I know that sounds like copium, but I'll tell you what you gained from it. You learned more about yourself. You had a unique experience that you will never get from anything else ever again. And now you have definitive proof. You have data. You have data on this thing and how it relates to you. And you know that you're never gonna fucking do it again because you hate it. or it was just not for you. Right? And so whatever you gained from that was a success. Because you can't just like start from day one and say like say for example you want to start streaming, right? You can't just start from day one and say, I'm gonna be the next Garagura. And anything that falls short of that is a failure. Because it was like, once again, that's unrealistic, right? Right, let me tell you guys. Let me tell you guys something really, really embarrassing, actually. Can I? Can I get okay, so this is sorry, I'm a bit on my high horse right now, but okay, so okay, so here it comes. Once upon a time, when I was a teenager, I used to be on Tumblr. And the Tumblr part is not the embarrassing part, but there was a post that went around where they were like, oh yeah, if you reblog this post, your wish will come true. Oh god. And I know it's kind of like, oh, engagement bait, but I was like looking at that post, and there were a bunch of people sharing their testimonials. They're like, oh my god, yesterday I revlogged it and I asked to be rich, and today I found $100 on the floor. Hell yeah. And someone else like, oh my god, I wished for a boyfriend, and today someone asked me out. Right? And there was a bunch of stuff, and then another one was kind of like, oh yeah, I wish my dad would be proud of me, and today he came into my room and gave me like an ice cream pop and said, you deserve this, you know? Like, yeah, to you it sounds like, well you see that's survivorship bias, because it had like a million interactions. One, survivorship bias, and two, confirmation bias, because $100 does not a rich person make. Getting asked out by a boy does not a boyfriend make, because this person rejected that boy, right? And also, your dad giving a popsicle and saying you deserve this does not I am proud make, right? But they were still happy about it, and they still sort of like correlated the data, right? Also, people making jokes, but like, anyway, thinking about that, I also made a wish. I also made a wish, because like tiny little baby Neg Nass was like, oh wow, their wishes kinda came true. My wish is definitely gonna come true. And so, you know what I wished for? I wished for so much shit, bro. I wished for so much shit, bro. First, I wished that I wish to be a singer. I wanna be a singer. And then the next one, I was like, oh, I want to be a yaoi. Sorry, I took damage from that. Sorry, I took damage from that. I took damage for that. I took damage from that. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. No, I didn't say that. But I said something very similar. Okay, I was kind of like, oh, I want to be cool, like these yaoi boys. I want to be cool, like these, like the yaoi boys. I want to be exactly like the look, don't. It was a different time. It was a different time, okay? It was a different time. Anyway, fast forward to now. I am a singer. Obviously, I am not a famous singer like a child Neg Nass wanted. But I am a singer in a more in like a realistic way, right? In a way that makes me happy. Because I still, unfortunately for you guys, I will never be a full-time content creator, even if the gods smited me and said, Neg, you must. Okay, I might if the gods smited me, because I would be scared. But even if I somehow make it to say like, oh, if I was earning like 4 digits from Twitch every month or something, I would still not be a full-time streamer, because unfortunately I still want to live the nerd software dev life, right? I still want to live my real life, so that's never happening. So I'm pretty happy with this arrangement of as much of a singer I get to be for you guys, right? And so I'm happy with that. And like the second thing is, well, I am not a yaoi boy, that's for sure. But hey, look, I am the most sensible next closest thing. I'm an anime girl that looks like a yaoi boy. You never once thought that, but good for me. Okay, I was stretching the definition. I was stretching the definition. Okay, I was stretching it. Okay, I was stretching it. Like maybe if you squint. Maybe if you squint. Okay, maybe if you listen. What I'm trying to say is goals change. Okay? And sometimes what you think of as the ultimate form of success can come in little like repackaged, realistic little droplets that will feed your soul, you know? And so, which is why even though I am not like world famous singer Taylor Swift, I wouldn't say that I failed. You know, I wouldn't say that it's a failure. If I stopped today, if I stopped singing tomorrow, I would say that for what I wanted to get out of it, the happiness that I got out of it, that was a successful experience for me, right? And so like I want you guys to go out there and I want you to punch a guy in the face, metaphorically. I want you guys to go out there and punch a man in the face, metaphorically. Elenia, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good evening. Even though I didn't manage to become a true yaoi boy. Yeah, you know what? I'm glad that I'm not a true yaoi boy. I'm not even a boy. I don't know how I was gonna become a yaoi boy. I'm not trans. I'm a trans boy. I'm a girl. You wouldn't mind, put you in reality instead of disassociating. Like I don't know how that was gonna work out for me, right? Become yaoi boy, not gonna happen. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. To everyone who's disappointed, I am unfortunately not a boy. But if you so wish to think of me as a boy, you may think of me as a boy. I genuinely do not care. In fact, like I do derive some joy from being mistaken as a little boy on first glance. Like that used to be a huge complex for me, but there's like something that gives me joy when someone's kind of like, hey, you're not a 13-year-old little boy, and I'm like, nope, I'm not. So like I will say that doesn't bother me at all. In fact, you got a head? BRB sleep? God fucking damn it. Alright, have a good sleep then. CYA. You don't think you've really heard anyone talk about being successful that way? If you stopped, would you be happy with what you've done? Right, exactly. Exactly. And if you stopped and the answer is yes, if you're happy with what you've done, then that's success, right? And that is success. Like, if you took one pottery class and you came out with like an absolute turd of a jug, but hey, it was your first pottery class, and like all things considered, you made something, and you've decided I'm gonna discontinue pottery classes. I don't like the teacher. I don't like the feeling of pottery on my hands. I don't like how it gets under my nails. I don't like the smell. But hey, I have an ugly jug, and it's mine, and I made this. If you stop there, would you be happy with what you've made? You might say no, but I'm imagining myself in that situation, and I'm like, yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd probably be happy with what I made. Because, hey, 1, I had the experience. 2, I made that. Whoa. And I never want to make another one ever again. No, I'm not venting about clay and egg, pal. What? What makes you say that? What? What could possibly make you say that, bro? Pottery? What? Pottery? What is? Isn't that one like wizard boy book? Status update on Clay Pal. Let me check. Oh, he's solid! Alright, this guy, we're gonna wrap him up in masking tape next stream. Oh, he's solid! He's still a little bit wet though. Why is he still wet? Why is he still... Well, we can wrap him up anyhow. Anyway, woohoo! How did the clay dry? It's still kind of damp, but he's solid. Sort of reminds you of the 2017 solar eclipse. You were filming it through your telescope, and you bumped the tube less than a minute to totality and spent most of the time trying to find it again, but you found it right near the end. But yeah, are you happy with the footage you got? Yes! Yeah! Yeah, and some people might say, oh man, you failed. But you're happy that you were there, right? Does the Neg still have a hole in it? And is the shark still deflated? Well, the Neg doesn't have a hole. The shark is still deflated, yes. It's air dry clay. It's air dry clay. It's been kind of moist lately up here. It might not have helped. Yeah, it's really been raining. It's really been raining in New South Wales lately. But yeah, pretty much like that's the end of my rant about success, right? Like I will say I try once again, I will say I try to stay out of other VTubers' business, okay? But one of the main reasons I stopped using Twitter as much is because I cannot stand seeing people talk about being a VTuber and success and quote unquote what people think of as success and all that, because I guess I've just got a different idea about the whole success thing, you know? So once again, go out there, do something that makes you happy. If you find out that it sucks, hit the bricks. You can leave, bro. You can leave. Did you know, bro? If you don't like something, you can leave. And with that being said, I'm sorry. That was really mean. I'm sorry. I'll never do that again. I'm sorry, bro. That felt really mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Very sorry, bro. Never again, bro. I really like you guys. I mean, like, hey, look. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't still be here, right? And if you didn't like me, you still wouldn't be here either. And if I'm still here, and you're still here, that means you like me. Yeah, and I like you too, bro. Aw, thanks for sticking around. But yeah, once again, reminder, if you hate something, you can leave. That's right. Your boyfriend sucks, and if you posted about him on Reddit, I've been reading too many of those Reddit stories. But your boyfriend sucks, and if you posted about him on Reddit, and if Redditors would say that he sucks, you can leave. Your friend yelling at you all the time for no reason, you can leave. You don't want to pay taxes because the government's being mean to you, you can leave. Well, actually, you can't leave that one. They will force you to leave, actually, if you don't pay your taxes. They will put you in a small room, and you absolutely cannot, you will not be able to leave that room. You cannot leave that room. That room is called prison. But like anything else, don't like it? Ready? You can leave! Try not to leave while owing taxes. Yeah, it might not go well. I mean, if you go to international waters, I hear that they can't extradite you for your crimes, but that's... You didn't hear that from me. And also, IDK though, haha lamau, just my opinion. Jamario... Can't be taxed if there's nothing to tax, easy. Don't like how Neg nasu is yelling at you? You can leave. Don't like Neg nasu? You can leave. I don't know, like, I know that I'm sounding super duper sarcastic right now, and like, I'm really trying not to come off as sarcastic, because the idea that you can just walk away from something that you do not like within reason, okay, as long as it makes sense and you're not actually dodging your taxes, like, it's something that me growing up as someone who has a lot of issues with shame and a lot of issues with guilt, like, having realized that recently in recent years, right, it's like such an exciting thing, and I just kind of want to tell everyone, you know, it's kind of like, did you know if you don't like something, you can simply say no? Did you know? Damn, this half-day plane flight is really boring. Leaves the plane. No, you shouldn't leave that one night. But you know what you can do? You can leave your seat, you know, right? Oh God, Austin, good evening. Welcome. Just walk away from the immortal snail that's hell-bent on killing you. Yeah. Yeah, like, I really try not to sound sarcastic. It's just a wonderful revelation, you know, like, growing up and learning self-respect. It feels like the world is like a candy land, and you're like, well, I learn something new every day. The raven that comes to your house every spring laid eggs this year. Can you send pictures? She used the birdhouse you made over the winter. Oh, I love corvids, bro. I love corvids. I want to make friends with a corvid. I want to make friends with a crow. Thank you for sharing. Send pictures, please. We need you. You need to be. You're taxed on this now. You can't leave until you send pictures. Anyway. I've got no, I don't have birds. Mr. Poyet, also known as hello 47364 _ has he has birds now. No, corvids, not covids. Very different things. Probably can't get pictures of the eggs, but you can definitely get a picture of her when she's... Oh, how did you make friends with her? Did you give her shiny things every day for a year until she now bequeathed her life to you? Are you her crow husband? Did you know animals can fall in love with people? Did you know? Like, there's this really fucked up story about this dolphin that fell in love with a lady because the lady... I don't think I can talk about it on Twitch. Yeah, I can't talk about it on Twitch, but if you're interested, I'll talk about it after stream on Discord. If it... Okay, thank you. We're talking on Discord today? Yeah. I can't. It's just a random unfun fact that I remembered, and it's unfun in that Twitch will not like it. Twitch will not like it. It's a very unfun fact, and now that I know about it, you have to know about it too. You saw her one year and started leaving food out for all the birds and made a birdhouse. Oh, she likes you. Oh, yeah. It absolutely is a crime. It absolutely is a crime. That's why I call it an unfun fact. Okay. Am I talking about the dolphin? Yeah, I'm talking about the dolphin story. Why do you guys all know the dolphin story? Wait, if you guys all know the dolphin story, then there's no point in me talking about it, no? Okay. I guess I won't talk about the dolphin story. It's very popular. Huh. Oh, you know, my friends didn't know about the dolphin story until recently. So, like, I just thought that there were more... there were more people who I could inflict it upon. Okay. I've gotten way too distracted. Back to reading this submission. It took a long time, but eventually reality. You can't do everything, so you have to prioritize and select the most important things. Oh, that's why I started going on about that rant about success. These two things are very difficult to accept. I'd also like to say thank you, Neg. Moi? Being understanding and patient with me every time I screw up and said something you didn't like in stream chat or on Discord. Oh no, Neg Nass is about to launch off into another tangent. Why does it take me so long to read one single submission? Why does it take so freaking long? My next tangent is going to be, that is also, you know, learning to be patient with chatters and community members is also something that I had to do, you know, like learning to be patient that like not every quote unquote shitter is necessarily someone who's malicious, right? Like not necessarily everyone who says something out of pocket is meaning to say it in a rude way. Like unless they like present themselves in like an awful way and the first thing they say is you're you know, then obviously that's an immediate ban. But like if someone says something that's kind of like uncomfortable, instead of leaving it alone and hoping that it gets better over time, I think it's better to sort of like give them some grace, you know, be patient with them and let them know, hey, we didn't like that, or like I didn't like that, right? Yeah, like that one guy earlier. And so I think I have a good idea on who submitted this one, but I have learned that, you know, once again, just because I'm a streamer doesn't mean that like I am suddenly a god among men. You know, just because I'm a streamer does not mean I'm a god among men, and that I get to treat you guys like throwaway little dudes, right? Because that's mean. That's very, very, very mean. And so I've adopted the sort of like, if I see someone that's hung around in the community for a while now, and then I notice them start acting off, I will personally send them a DM to be like, either be like, hey, you good? Or to be like, hey man, you said this thing. That's kind of concerning. You want to unpack that, bro? I don't quite like that, right? Like I'm not gonna immediately be like, I'm just gonna mute you and ban you and not tell you what you did wrong, because that's, I used to do that because I think on like Twitter and like everywhere, you know, the prevailing discourse is you are the streamer and you don't owe shit to anybody. But I feel like that's just really, I mean like in the grand scheme of things, like that is true, right? That is true. But it just feels mean, you know? And like we are all people, right? And so if I want to be treated like a person, then I gotta treat you guys like people too, right? Just because I hold the magic conch shell of speaking. It's my turn with the speaking stick. I get to talk. Doesn't mean that I'm allowed to make you feel less than human, you know? Cause like there's a lot of times that I see people just sort of like ban people for no reason, and if someone gets upset about it, they're like, you don't get to be upset because that's parasocial of you, and how dare you feel entitled to an explanation? Because I mean, I guess they're not, but also when you put things like that, it just feels so mean, you know? It just feels so mean when people do that. And I'm sorry, okay? I know a lot of you guys are older than me, but sometimes I do think of myself as like a teacher in a way, which is kind of like, I want to teach you guys to be kind and to be nice and not to be mean, because being mean makes people feel bad. And it would be really bad if someone was mean to you and made you feel bad. You know? It's a step up from just being completely hands-off and letting the loudest run the community. Right. A lot of people need to learn that these days, to be honest. Yeah. And it's like I say this again, right? And it's sort of like a lot of the time when someone, I'm about to say something that could be controversial. Okay, I'm about to say something that could be incredibly controversial, and take it from me, right? I would consider myself an incredibly left-leaning person, and I think like I have a lot of really strong like moral conviction. But a lot of the time when people are accusing someone else of being phobic, someone else of being racist, someone else of being, you know, like whatever word they are using to denounce that other person as someone of low value, right? To be like, oh, you're a bad person. A lot of the time, what would have sufficed instead would have just been, hey man, that was kind of mean, you know? Like a lot of the time, it really does boil down to, that was just a bit mean, instead of it being sort of like a moral transgression, you know? Like it's and I feel like a lot of the time people respond better to just hearing that was mean, because I don't know. I don't know. Probably the thing I said just now was probably very cancelable, because like I will agree there are exceptions, you know. There are some times when people are genuinely being awful and are embodying all of those terms. But a lot of the time when I see arguments break out, it really does just boil down to that was mean. Yeah. And so like I just really wish that more people would normalize. Another word that gets overused. But like I genuinely feel like more people should be okay with just saying that was mean instead of turning it into a big thing, right? Saying that specific thing they said was mean rather than saying the person is awful, because right, exactly. Because a lot of the time it does end up like being, you know, a misunderstanding, or it does end up being like a prejudice or like a view that they held that they didn't even realize was mean, you know? And so like calling them out for something aggressively, it usually makes people get defensive. But then like, once again, I do want to specify, okay, once again, I do want to say that there are people out there who are genuinely racist and have like those values, right? But a lot of the arguments I've seen break out are over the small things. Most of the time it's just someone being ignorant rather than malicious. Right. Exactly. Giving people the benefit of the doubt and taking the chance. Right. Exactly. You expect proper discourse. However, people are gonna be like that. It sucks. That's been the norm. Yeah, I guess so. I think like Argo also said earlier that it works better like that in real life. And also, I will say I am sweating a little bit that I'm talking about vaguely political things on Twitch.tv. But I don't know. I have very, very strong thoughts about. I just think that people can afford to be nicer to each other, and can afford a little bit more time to each other. And I say this as someone who is famously known or like known between the people who know her as someone with no time. You think a large portion of that is about the context rather than the people. Absolutely. And of course, like, you know, there are people out there who do play dumb, and it does get a bit frustrating, you know. But there's like, it's just, I think it's very tiring to assume that everyone you're talking to is malicious and evil. And so I try to work under the principle of everyone is nice and face value until proven otherwise, right? Cause like it's, come on, suspecting everyone around you as an awful person, that's no way to live, bro. That's an awfully stressful way to live. Drama channels are writing their scripts. Oh god, VTuber are cancelled for suggesting. Oh well. It is what it is, right? Like I just want us to be nice. It's a lot less taxing. Some people are very knee-jerky and it gets people to be defensive. Websites like Twitter are built specifically to prevent nuanced private conversations. Like I remember this is a funny like Tumblr thing. But so on Tumblr, like they say that like, oh, you know, the reading comprehension on this website is piss poor. And then somebody revlogged it and added, what? How dare you? You're an awful person for pissing on the poor. And that kind of sums up online communication sometimes, doesn't it? That made you laugh out loud. Right. It gets me every time. Piss, what? How dare you piss on the floor? Writing your tweet longer, the VTuber's talking about politics like a normie instead of talking about collecting flowers. Oh no, I do like collecting flowers though. I do like collecting flowers a lot. Tumblr, isn't that website filled with fanfic writers? Yeah, it is. So what? I will tell you, I have so you know my cosplay friend. Speaking of fanfic, my cosplay friend, right? She was like ranting to me the other day. She was like, "Oh, Neg, there's not a lot of good lesbian porn out there." Okay, that sounds really bad. Okay, there's not a lot of lesbian erotic fiction out there, right? Lesbian erotic fiction, like, that is good. Like, she's like, there's not enough lesbian erotic fiction that is good out there. And I'm like, oh buddy, what have you been looking at? And she's like, oh, I've been looking at doujins and like manga and stuff, right? And I'm like, oh buddy, you gotta read fanfics. You gotta read fanfics. I'm like, buddy, I'll link you some. But like fanfic writers are powerful, fanfic writers are powerful. Also, this goes out to to everyone that wants to read lesbian erotica. Good lesbian erotica. You're gonna read the fanfics. I'll make some. No. I'm an awful writer. Like I'm very not good at writing stories. I will not make some. If I make it, it wouldn't be good. It would be bad. That wasn't a tangent. That was hey, the word fanfic was mentioned. Okay, it's still kind of relevant. People don't understand the meaning of my vague statement. Why can't people here read? Oh god. No, yeah, that's also something that happens a lot too. I agree, Sam. Oh, people are struggling with a particular aspect of communication on a particular platform. It's reasonable to blame the platform's design. Oh yeah, absolutely. Fanfic wasn't written in a day. Or some fanfic was written in a day, I can tell you very much. How did we get there? I don't know. We were talking about learning to be kind to people, and then we ended up talking about lesbian erotica. You were talking with your friends recently about how much of it is in the open lately. Erotic works in general went to shit since Overwatch first revolutionized it. I feel like I just read the abstract for a scientific paper. The state of erotic works went to shit since Overwatch revolutionized it. In this essay, I will. No, it wasn't erotic Overwatch content. Wasn't erotic Overwatch content actually the thing that got like good 3D models going? Like good 3D models of 2D characters. There was like an explosion in sort of like innovation in making 3D models, right? Wasn't it because of Overwatch? I don't know where I got that information from. It's a myth? Yeah. I mean, I got one person saying it's a myth. I got two people saying yes, right? It was Bioshock? Also a myth. Fair enough. It's also a myth. Then what is the truth? Where is truth? Where did 3D models come from? Where did pornography come from? 18 plus stream, by the way. 18 plus stream. Oh, I should really get back to reading this submission, huh? Anyway, thank you for being understanding. Yes, I'm happy. I am very happy that you are so open. Okay, I will say once again back to this though. I want to turn the thanks back to you guys for being so understanding and for being so open to having your viewpoints challenged, you know? It's never easy to be confronted by someone, to be like, hey, I didn't like the thing that you did. But like to take different viewpoints with so much grace, like it's very, very nice, you know? And I greatly appreciate how when we're talking about potentially spicy things, you know, like the thing we talked about just now, that we were able to have some good discussions, you know? And I'm very, very, very thankful. You guys are good kids. Oh no, I shouldn't call you guys kids. No, you're older than me. You should. I mean, a good chunk of you are older than me, but you're all good eggs. Yeah, you're all good eggs. You're a good egg. And you know, this is trying to live at the end of the day. Nearly 30. Please. You're someone's kid, okay? You trying to tell me you never had parents? You were hatched from somewhere, and I'm a good dog. Wow, thanks, bro. Oh, thanks, bro. Yeah. And for those of you, you're a good egg. You're a good egg. And one day I'm gonna dip you in boiling water at about 100 degrees Celsius, and I'm gonna keep you there, and I'm gonna turn you into onsen tamago, and you're gonna go great with rice. Century eggs. Oh, yummy. That didn't take, and there it is. You're always waiting for the next shoe to drop, huh? How's it gonna get crusty this time? Sometimes feeling young is a state of mind. You're nearly 30. Don't worry about it. 30, 40, whatever. You know, I feel like we listen, okay? I hope that no matter how old I get, that I will still feel happy being babied. You know, I still want someone to pat my head and call me a good egg and say that, oh, aren't you tired? Oh, it's okay. Go lie down and I'll tuck you in with blankie. You want hot water bottle? I'll get you your hot water bottle. You're a good egg. You did a lot of good work today. It's okay if you didn't get everything done. You can just try again tomorrow. Tomorrow's problems are for you of tomorrow. It's okay. The day is over. It's okay. You can just sleep now. Shh. It's okay. Just go to sleep. You're tired. Do you? Do you? No, I mean. Okay. So theoretically, I would do it back. Okay, I will do it back. Okay, I'll do it back. Okay, it's not gonna be a one-way street. I'll babby them, and they can babby me, and sort of like we can take turns being babby and mommy. And oh my god, Sigmund Freud, please don't watch this stream. The ghost of Sigmund Freud is watching this stream and laughing. I'm possessed by the ghost of Sigmund Freud. No, but like genuinely, sometimes it's nice to just let go of all your responsibilities, right? And just let yourself be a child for a bit, you know? Play pretend. Honestly, you know what got me into this mindset? It was Bluey. I blame Bluey, okay? Watching Bluey did this to me. Freud was insane. We need to watch ourselves so his biases don't get confirmed. Me rejecting all forms of love and in fears of being infantilized and in fears of proving Sigmund Freud right. Please, bro, you can't keep rejecting love just because you're afraid of a dead psychologist man. Please, you have to move on. You talked with a friend that explained why she liked to be babied, and she said the same thing as me. See, I'm telling you. She's enlightened. You tell that friend that she's enlightened. Like I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with what I like. I'm comfortable with my goals in life. You know, I'm comfortable with saying that, yes, sometimes I do want someone to sing me my AB, well, probably not my ABCs, but yes, sometimes I am comfortable with saying that I do pat my head when I'm lying, pat my own head when I'm lying in bed and pretend that it's someone else's hand patting my head and then falling asleep to that because it's soothing and it's comforting and it makes you feel like you are loved and protected and you can be 100% vulnerable because no one's gonna hurt you in your sleep. No, please don't send me A, B, C, D, E, F, G. wait, no, I'm deleting this. I hate that message. I'm sorry, I'm deleting that message. Ooh, that makes me so uncomfortable, Argo. Ooh, delete. Oh wait, I deleted the wrong message. Wait, I didn't mean to delete your message, IWS. I meant to delete Argo's message. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Go man. Self-love is good. Yeah, I know what I want. Exactly. You see, Freud and his ideas is no more valid than the guy who did the naked raft experiment. Now, the naked raft experiment is not one that I've heard of. I want to be enlightened recently, yeah. But anyway, so what I was saying is, I'm sorry, why did I bring up the whole being babied thing and it's in and the whole it's okay, you can, tomorrow's problems are for tomorrow. Because honestly, does anyone have an ASMR of someone saying that? Can someone send me? Does anyone know a good ASMR person that I can commission for a voice clip of that? Now someone saying like, it's okay, Neg, you're a good egg. It's okay, you worked hard today. It's okay, you didn't get everything done in time today. Don't worry, you'll get everything done on time. It's time for you to go to sleep. You're a good egg. You did well today. And you can work on it again tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day and another attempt. Shh, it's okay. You're a good egg. You're a good egg. Is there an ASMR person I can send that script to? That I can that I can. No, it's my own voice. It's my own voice. It's my own voice. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work if it's my own voice. If it's my own voice, I'll feel incredibly sad. I will be very, very sad. In fact, I might start crying. Pretty sure there's ASMR of everything at this point. You don't watch ASMR, and yet you are recently recommended something along the lines of black market nurse lobotomizes you. Ooh! Well, I don't want that. No, thank you. You wouldn't be surprised if there was a ton of it. You think people feel the need to hear something like that? Really? Because when I look for ASMR, all I see is daddy demon boyfriend locks you in his sex dungeon, and I get scared. And I don't click it. Where am I looking at AS? It might. I don't know. I don't know. No. Don't crucify me for this. Don't crucify me for that. Okay, fine. It's the stuff that comes across my Twitter feed. Okay, it's the stuff that comes across my Twitter feed. It's what's showing up in your For You. I don't generally look for ASMR. It's also the YouTube algo having weird taste and assuming everyone else does too. Yeah, I don't look for that stuff. You know, I don't look for that stuff. No, I don't even like demon daddies. I think it's so boring. Okay? I think the whole demon daddy thing is so boring. And you know what? Props to the girls who like that stuff, because yeah, I guess you do you. There's a lot of stuff out there for you, but I'm not into it. Okay? So I'm just saying, why am I even defending this hypothetical search term anyway? There's plenty of wholesome ASMR. Yeah, I would bet that there is. But it's just sort of, I don't want something that's necessarily like like girlfriendy, you know, or boyfriendy. I'm just looking for someone who, you know, like a friend, someone who's a friend, who's been like, oh man, had a rough, buddy. It's okay, buddy. Pick yourself back up, buddy. You got this, buddy. No, not a mother. Just like, I don't know, the ghost of my the ghost of my basketball coach, huh? Comforting stuff. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. This is veered off into a very strange tangent. Onwards with reading this submission. Let's see. I'd also like to say thank you. Oh my god, this one sentence, I've read it 3 times and it spawned 3 different tangents. The ghost of Sigmund Freud comforts me. I think if I heard the ghost of Sigmund Freud, I would probably cry because that's spooky. Is that the man I admitted to having murdered earlier? What man? I don't know what a man is. Open to understanding. Yep. And every time you've left me feeling like we both understood each other a bit better. Communication is truly a big W. No, not the department. Oh, I was also thinking about the department store named Big W. Did you know that there's a department store in Australia called Big W? And it's exactly like Kmart, except the logo is literally just a big blue W. Like, I don't see a difference between it and Kmart and Target. It feels all the same thing, and now we're back. Now we're back. 1 second, I gotta plug my phone in. I'm sweating. Is this supposed to be anonymous? I don't care. I want you to know who I am, lol. It's me. The last Triceratops. Although you could probably already tell. Yep. I guessed as much. You know, finally. You know the worst thing is that you guys have been seeing this on screen for ages, and I didn't even make it to the bottom and you already knew who wrote this. Monster Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. Yosidwado El Macross. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh, okay, on to the next one. Am I speak Spanish? Oh, no, lo siento, mi amigo. No hablo español. No hablo español. Sí. Por favor. Inglés. Nunca más español. Well, no. Maybe más. Maybe like once más. maybe a few más. You can teach me Spanish or o断りします。結構です。その光栄ですが、ご抵抗にお断りします。Anyway, next. Suddenly Japanese. Okay, here's the next one. My brother's wife? Oh boy, I'm sorry. I see this and I'm like, ooh. The first line of this looks very juicy, so I got a bit excited. My brother's wife was a dreadful woman. Oh, we need to read this with like somber piano music. My brother's wife was a dreadful woman. I am quite health conscious because I have always been fairly sickly as a kid, and growing up, and my sister-in-law is not. So this implies that... No, this doesn't imply anything. No, I was thinking, oh, maybe the brother is like way older. Because I was thinking, oh, maybe brother is way older than OP. No. But probably not. Health conscious, been fairly sickly as a kid and growing up, and my sister-in-law is not. She is the mother of my niece. So for years, I have struggled to maintain patience with this woman, so I may keep in contact with my brother and my niece. Oh, this person hates their sister-in-law. Maybe read the whole message. Oh, yeah, true. Every family get-together was always marred by fights and disagreements, despite my attempts at trying to keep things civil. She was a picky eater, so I would go out of my way to cook things I know she'd eat. Aww. She'd then sour my kindness and get fast food instead. I kept it to myself and let it go and vent it elsewhere. Yeah, it really isn't much that you can do if you don't want to like sow discord in your family. Sadly, my attempts to get her to care more about her health for her child's sake, or just in general, were met with accusing me of being jealous of her beauty and said that I married another woman because no man would want me and my scrawny Oh boy. Countless years passed of this, and I put up with it for so long. Sadly, her lifestyle caught up with her and she passed away a couple years back. I still think about this a lot. It makes me think of leading a horse to water but not being able to get them to drink. I may have been a bit heavy-handed, but I truly wanted the best for her despite the verbal abuse towards me and my partner. Maybe this isn't the story you wanted to hear, but it's one that came to mind. No, I think this is a good angle that we haven't talked about, right? Like some people really are just like that. Like narcissists are scary. It's like, how do I put this? It's sort of, you can do everything for them, and then they will scream at you about how you are conspiring to ruin their lives, you know? Oh, geez. I feel like I don't feel like I'm qualified to comment on any of this, but I think keeping patient with her was probably the right choice to maintain that relationship with your nibblings, right? Not nibblings. Nephew and niece, I think people call them nibblings. Or is that like cousins? No, nibblings. Yeah, that's the word for it. Nibblings. So your niece and your nephew are your nibblings. No. It's real. Look it up. It's real. Define nibbling, okay? Nibbling a child of your sibling. Yeah, it's on the Cambridge Dictionary. Yeah, we learn something new every day. It's only 1B. But yeah, I think you did right by your nibblings, because you guys are adults and it's very like you put up with a lot. And I will say though, I think I was gonna say this is a situation where, like, if you didn't have your nibblings to worry about, it is a situation where you quite literally could have said yes to walk away. And like, I think it would have been absolutely warranted, considering how rude she was to you and the woman that you married. You and your wife. If someone insulted my wife like that, well, first of all, I'd probably cry because I would be so angry, and I probably love my wife, assuming that I have a wife. I mean, I don't have a wife, but if I had a wife, I would be so mad on their behalf that I would probably ask my brother, hey, I want to see my nibblings, but I don't want your wife near me at all. Wait, do I have no, I don't have a wife, but my hypothetical wife. You know, my hypothetical wife. And so I think like this person did the more mature thing than I would have, because I would absolutely not want to be around someone like that who insults my wife. me and my non-existent wife. Scrawny butt, come on. Not everyone's into a big butt. Come on, right? Like, just let me see the nibblies. Yeah. Let us move on to the next one. I'm sorry that I don't have too much to say about this one. I don't want to be insensitive, you know, and I've never had to deal with an awful person like that, and had to deal with, you know, essentially like having to make a choice of, do I want to be treated like shit, or do I want to lose access to people that I love? That's tough. Alright, and the next one here says, I have had to be patient with my sister as she's been trying out new medications alongside therapy for the past year or so for OCD and anxiety. I really care for her, but it's been a bit difficult as she can be controlling, angry, and violent. She has been improving over time, and I have been able to have more casual chats with her. A big pitfall is that there's usually not a way to talk about things though without escalating it, so it's often just best to take a deep breath and disconnect from the situation. This is I don't have personal experience with this, but I feel for you so much, bro. Do I have personal experience with this? I guess so. I guess so. I can empathize in some ways, but I feel for you so much. You know, when you want to take care of your own needs and you want to make yourself heard, but the other person is not on the same mental capacity as you right now, so you know that it's not a good time to have this conversation, even though, you know, like, having the conversation will make you feel better, right? Like, you can't, I once again, something that I said earlier on stream with Ark, but you can't force somebody to grow faster as a person. You can't force somebody to get better faster. You can't force somebody to quote unquote try harder at getting better and improving their health. And it's really rough, hey, because like, in this particular situation, you are being treated like shit, right? And you kind of just have to take it, and you just have to have faith that the other person will improve, you know. So I really feel that. And what's worse is, you know, like, there's some hard conversations you can have with them that you think might help them improve, but if they're not in the right place to hear about it, then it will make things worse. And that too is something that you have to learn patience for. It sounds like a really stressful situation to be caught in. Right, exactly. Yeah, OCD is, I think, a type of extreme anxiety, right? It's like a compulsion thing, I believe. Fundamentally, they would have to admit their own problems, but narcissists are unlikely to do that. Right. Narcissist. But like, I'm thinking in this particular case, so the last submission was a narcissist thing. In this particular submission, it really just does look like there's someone who's struggling and they will come out of it, but you just don't know when, right? Hey, hi Lucy, welcome. Yeah, OCD. Hey, you girl, that girl. Well, I have not heard that song in years. Oh, hey. Oh, well, welcome back, Snow. Welcome back, Snow Hilo. We're reading submissions now. That is something that you have to learn patience for. I'm sorry, I went on so many tangents earlier, and now I feel like I've like dried up on tangents. We might be able to get through everything tonight. Okay, the next one says, so the patience is not from someone, but of me. Way back, I really thought I had friends, and thinking back, are they my friends? Oh no! Well, they did put up with me, so I thought time goes by and we just grew apart when doing different things. I try to fit in with other kinds of groups of people, but honestly, I haven't really tried with fitting in, and I was forcing myself to be there for the sake of not being lonely. It was well and done, but it was short-lived and cringy too. Then the pandemic happened. It gave me a lot of time to think about myself, and I really needed that much of my life, since I have to keep moving, and that standstill was solace I'll never forget of my life. Huh. Then I tried to join another friend group and they were really nice people, but later on they were more problematic in a sense of they don't confront what's wrong, and they just went in banning or pushing people who don't feel comfortable with for a group that's all being nice to each other all the time, but more of a circle with circles of bat talking. What? Wait, I don't quite understand this. Hold on a second. I gotta turn the music off because I need to think. I need to think about this. So what you're saying is this new friend group that you tried to join, they're all really nice, but they hush people who bring in unnice things. They hush people who bring in unnice things, and yeah, the nice was just a mask because they talk behind everyone's backs, despite being nice to their face. Ah, nice rather than kind. Okay, so people who don't have spines, essentially. Neg nass before she grew a spine, essentially. Yeah, they're really nice, but they backstab people and gatekeep. So they're not nice. They're polite. They're nice but not kind. So they're mean. They're really mean. Oh, and one time I was used as an example what was wrong with me. I want to thank that person for telling me of how I act around that led to me being diagnosed with mild autism for lacking social cues. I realized this isn't the kind of group I like to be with, not because of that, but what the group was heading towards, and saying I understand them. So you didn't like being in with this group, like, so this group, someone in this group helped you realize that you could be diagnosed for autism, and then you realized you didn't want to be with this group. Oh, not because of that. What is that referring? Sorry, I'm having a brain fart moment. Ah, okay, not because you are used as an example, but because you don't like feeling like you have to fit in and like join in this culture. Anyway, after that, I joined a few more groups, and I'm really glad I left that group because people genuinely have topics of conversation, but sometimes it's hard to get into. But learning to enjoy and improving upon myself and how I act towards others. Then you saw me from early days from a raid. Oh, hi! Forgot about me. Second time raiding her. I'm all hooked for life. Oh, hi, hey, hello, hi. Oh, so to yourself, you wish you don't want to hurry up. So to yourself, you wish you don't hurry up with yourself. You want to learn and listen, and you don't want to rush into answers. Oh, well, I'm really glad that you enjoy it here, and you know what? Like, if you ever do feel like, if anyone here ever does feel like, we here are, if I'm starting to encourage a bit of an echo chamber, or if things are starting to get a little bit toxic here, like, I absolutely welcome you bringing a DM to me. Or if you're not comfortable with sending me a DM, like, you can always send it to me anonymously via, like, I guess, like, Marshmallow's dead, but like sending it to a Google form, you know, I like to go through old Google forms. But like, I'm always willing to listen to stuff like that, and I really do hope that we don't become a toxic echo chamber. But that's the thing with toxic echo chambers, right? That's the thing with toxic echo chambers. Like, you don't notice you're in one until your bubble gets burst, and you're like, oh, well, there it is, right? Yeah, there's a Google form on the Discord. Like, I will say, like, sometimes people sort of mistake drawing boundaries as creating an echo chamber, So there is also that as well. Because I will say that like there are boundaries that I like to form here, but generally I like to encourage different opinions, right? And if any of you realize that I'm not being open-minded to different opinions, I want you guys to point at me and be like, hey, Neg, that was toxic. Sometimes you feel like if you jump into a conversation, people would either ignore you or stop entirely. What? Why? What? Why? Is that from past experiences, or is that sort of like is that sort of like a fear that you're having? Echo chambers are they're really easy to form, bro. Yeah, that was not cool, Neg. No, you know what I really appreciate about you guys is that like I have a very, very weak filter. Like my mouth filter is really bad. I have like, I'm awful at filtering myself, and so sometimes you guys catch me and you're like, hey Neg, maybe you don't want to talk about this. Hey Neg, that was spicy. You want to try that again, bro? And I like that, you know, instead of going insane and clipping it. I like that you look out for me, and I feel safe in your hands. Algorithms tend to drive people to echo chambers. It's bad. It really is. It honestly really, really, really is. And I think like I'm really lucky because the school that I went to, I had a few really great teachers who like taught me to be comfortable with like challenging the things that I believe in. And so like from a young age, I was very willing to sort of engage with stuff that's contrary to what I believe in, but I also understand that not everyone has had that experience. And once again, you know, the whole engagement thing, the internet will just like constantly give you more of the same shit that you like. Also, Zippy, you have a wonderful time at work, as wonderful as it possibly can be. And have a good run. Thank you for talking to me again today. Oh, it's always such a pleasure. You know what you really hate? When people are talking and you say something and people stop talking entirely. Like, what did I say? Oh man, that's really that's one of my biggest fears, bro. That's one of my greatest fears, bro. To like those times when you join a conversation and you're like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing that I'm so afraid of. Where you know how when you're in a conversation and a group is talking and then you are sort of listening and then you think, oh yeah, I just thought of a really interesting thing that I think would really contribute to this conversation. And so you start talking and you're like, oh, haha, yeah, you know, guys, that reminds me of this thing that I read the other time. And then you start telling this anecdote. And everybody just kind of stops talking. And I know that they're all looking at you because they're listening to you, you know? But it's that moment where you're just like, you talk and it's just silence. And then after you talk, you can kind of tell that there's this silence where people are trying to come up with the most polite way to respond to you. Instead of like a natural response of oh wow, yeah, we enjoyed that. Because generally if like you say something and people enjoyed it, like it'll be an immediate response and people just bounce off you. But then it's like that like that few seconds of silence where you're like, oh no, it's the courtesy. I gotta think of a polite thing. It's absolutely terrifying, and it's even worse, you know? It's even worse because sometimes the thing that I say, it might be really heavy, so they actually have to take a while to think about it. And it's not that they're not interested, it's just that it's something that takes a bit to process. And not everyone is like me, who like forms thoughts before I even finish hearing what the other person's saying, you know? Like, case in point, I'm reading all this stuff and I go off on tangents every few sentences, right? Like, not everyone's brain forms a thought while the other person's talking. Like, some people have to hear the whole thing before they form a thought, you know? And so it results in that silence, and it's just, oh, terrifying! It's terrifying! I hate that silence so much. Like, if it's a one-on-one conversation and the silence exists, I can at least look at the person and be like, oh, okay, they're in thought. they're thinking, you know. They're being thoughtful. But if it's a group setting, it feels very... Oh no! How could it be possible that all 7 of you are being thoughtful? Yeah, if you want to interject, you will stop me. Yeah, that's fair. So I guess like letting me speak to the end is also, in a way, it's like it's being respected. But like once again, you know, it's very hard to tell if they're not talking because I'm being respected and they're being thoughtful, or if they stop talking because I just killed the vibe. If they stop talking because I just killed the vibe. And you know, it's the thing that feels the worst about something like that, right? Is that like you can't even say it's their fault. You can't even fault them. They're not terrible people for killing the vibe. They're not terrible people for not talking right after you said something, because it literally is, oh, well, I have nothing to say to that. The real thing is just, I've got nothing to say to that, so I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Stressful things, you know, stressful things. Buzzkill, yeah. New OG song idea, vibe killer. I think that the song's gonna end up being a vibe killer, you know? I feel like that's like a Weird Al adjacent song. You never had that experience where someone says hi, so you say hi back to them, then you realize they were on the phone? No, I have had experiences where I thought someone else's car was my friend's car, and then I walked up to it and like almost got in, and the driver was still sitting in the car. I don't know if that's similar enough, but I imagine it would feel similar. I imagine it would feel similar. Mine is worse. You see, that was an appropriate time to lie. You could have lied to me and said that, oh yeah, it's the same. It's super scary. It was a scary old lady as well. She was looking at me like I was trying to rob her, and I'm like, I swear I'm not a hooligan. I'm not a hooligan. I just got the wrong car. No, the thing is, in Australia, all of our friggin' cars are silver or black or white. Like, one of my sister's American friends came to Australia, and like one of the first things that they said was like, why do all your cars look the same, right? I don't know if it's a New South Wales thing, or if it's like an Australia thing, but all of our cars are the same freaking colors. Aren't they the cheapest colors we have here? No, I mean, there's also like quite a bit of burgundy, right? But yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Hey, they're common because it's cheap. It's everywhere in Oceania. That almost happened to you. Similar looking car, but thankfully you realized your mistake before it was too late. The polite thing to do at this point is to carjack them to avoid the embarrassment, because I meant to do that. Oh, it's a global thing. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. I want to link that video. I want to watch it. Your families have cars that have been slowly replaced over the years. You don't even remember what they look like, so you just remember where you parked instead. Yeah, I've taken to remembering license plates. And like what's inside the car. We have a lot of garbage inside our car. So I know immediately what car it is. Alright, next one. If we really do want to finish tonight. The biggest one I'd have to be patient with was my dad. That was a very difficult time growing up because I had to figure... Oh no, this one's going to be heavy too, isn't it? The biggest one I'd have to be patient with was my dad. That was a very difficult time growing up because I had to figure, if not most everything in my life out on my own that I didn't really get from him. It resulted in me, eldest child out of 5. Oh geez, 5! Taking care of my 4 other siblings. Oh no. Nearly raising them all with my mom. I will admit that some of my actions then were probably not the most patient. You know, kid to teen brain and all. But because I'm looking back on it now, I consider it patience because I held out and didn't give up. And I can say I didn't give up because I'm on better terms with him now more than ever. Oh! cool. Oh, that makes me really happy. Honestly, that makes me really, really happy. There are a lot of people online, right? And a lot of people, I think especially people my age, you know, I guess like older Gen Z age, who will say, oh, if your parents suck, it's okay. You can just be estranged from them, you know? And it's sort of like seeing someone actively mend their relationship with a parent that sucked. It's really nice, you know. Like you were patient with your dad, and you were patient with yourself. Yeah. The no contact thing. It's very Reddit. I'm sorry for being a Redditor. It's incredibly Reddit. To be like, oh, you suck. No contact. You know, this, can't say, you know, the story. Kid goes to school, learns a bit more than the parents, tries to talk to parents to change or adjust some things to be better. This is a thing that my sister does. This is a thing that my sister does a lot. So I've talked about it before, right? Like my parents are immigrants and my sister and I were born in Australia. And so because my sister is the oldest child, she goes to school, you know, learns how to read, reads a bunch of books, and immediately thinks that she knows everything more than parents, and sort of tries to quote unquote fix the family, right? Sorry, by the way. Oh no, wait, what? Oh no need to apologize. You're good, Snow. Have you tried solving your nuanced, complex situation with this simple extreme act? Yeah. So like, I personally don't know what it's like to be the oldest sibling, but I've seen it in action. I've definitely seen it in action. Always the eldest, it seems. Yep, always the eldest. I thought at one point I was just waiting it out until I was 18 or old enough or ready to move away and never turn back. Oh, there it is. There it is, the no contact thing. But when I did, despite the differences and arguments and nothing improving, I gave it one more shot before leaving. I guess knowing that I was leaving and going far away made my dad realize some of the things I had brought up that needed improvement was on his mind. Aww. He saw it as me turning my back and walking away from the family. Aww. I told him that I want things better, I wanted to be and grow better, and I couldn't do it there. But I also told him I wasn't doing it to run away. I never wanted that, I just wanted things to make sense, and not feel like I was sacrificing so much for nothing. I told him that despite so much of our arguments and how frustrated he made me, he is still my dad, and I love him. Just do better and take care of my mom and my siblings. We're all going to be older and we can't be there forever. I made him cry and he hugged me, and, well, I cried too. I may live far away from him and the rest of my family now, but because of this patience, I wouldn't be who I am today. I want to cry. That was... Thank you for sharing, bro. Thank you for sharing. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing, honestly. Maybe like this, it's such a catch-22, right? It takes a big event like you going away to make your dad realize. And the best thing is, like, from how you're talking about him now, it really does sound like he reflected on everything. He reflected on the way that he treated you, he reflected on everything, and he really did do better. And props to your dad, you know, props to your dad. Like, he lived his whole life a certain way. Like, it must have been really hard for him to turn all that around, you know. And the fact that he did, you know, even if it was like a bit, quote unquote, a little bit late, like, man, it just shows like how much he loves you too. That he was willing to do it for you and your family. It's not the best, but he's doing what he can. It gets me every time, you know. I'm proud of your dad. Dad, I'm proud of you. But I'm proud of your family. I'm really happy for you guys, bro. This makes me want to go hug my dad. Like, as you guys know, I mean, would I call it a bad relationship? My dad I hope that I'll be able to have a similar conversation with my dad. is the least I can say, right? I don't want to like bring my family drama on stream. It's not even that much of a drama, you know. It's not even that much drama. Or is it? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe I'll be more comfortable talking about more once I move out, you know, move out from home. But I hope that I'll be able to have a similar conversation with my dad. Yeah, it's complex. Right, complex is the right word. Complex is definitely the right word. Because, you see, how I feel about my dad is, it's less about his relationship with me, and it's more about his relationship with the whole family. And that gets into some other territory that I probably don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. At least, like, not talk about in public unless I get consent from my mom and my sister, which I never will, because it's rude, right? So I won't talk about it. Like, nothing terrible happened, by the way. Nothing terribly bad happened. It's just like, as the youngest child who's kind of just been like standing there, you know, standing there and watching everything happen, I have some thoughts, TM. Anyway. Next one going on. When I was young, I used to hate being in school. Not the... Oh, hey, Fake Italian, good evening. Welcome back, bro. The amount of times you tell your family it's rude when they start talking... Yes, it's so rude. It's so rude. You know, the thing is... When my family starts complaining to me about each other, you know what I tell them? The first thing I say is, hey, have you tried talking to them about this? And like, for some reason, I am the family member that gets complained to. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're complaining about me to each other as well. Who knows? Yeah. It really is the have you tried using your words? Absolutely drives me insane, bro. Drives me insane. This next person says, when I was young, I used to hate being in school. Oh, same! I used to fake being sick to get out of school a lot. That was really not good. It might be I'm the only one who listens more often than not. That is true. I think... I don't want to say that I am the best at anything, because I don't want to get ahead of myself, right? But I will say that I feel like I'm the only family... I feel like I'm the only member of this family who learned how to not be defensive. Because everyone else kind of gets defensive and cuts the other person off before they finish talking if they feel threatened. And I'm the only member of this family who's ever gone to therapy. I will also like put that in perspective, and I'm the only one that's on antidepressants and ADHD meds, and I am absolutely certain that I'm not the only family member here with anxiety. So that probably has to do with it. Yeah, the only one in the family who thinks they can't not be defensive most of the time. I guess so. Like, yeah. It didn't come from thin air. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, I mean, okay, let's put it this way. I'm the only one in the family that's medicated for that stuff. How would I know? Oh, I suppose so. I probably don't know. Yeah, that's probably fair point. I probably don't know if they're keeping private about it. Fair point. I guess like, I don't get into screaming matches. Alright, yeah, I'm armchairing. I'm definitely armchairing. Yeah, I'd have to record myself and do a post-mortem analysis. Absolutely. You're the oldest in your family, but you've been the person a lot of adult family members vent to. I guess like I think it might be less of like a family role thing, and it really might just be like a life experience thing, you know? Because if you're used to being criticized, then you're probably also used to knowing what the other person feels like, and then it's just sort of Sparkstar, thank you for coming along. How am I today? I'm feeling pretty good. I released a new song today. And now I'm reading submissions that people have sent me about learning patience and times in their lives where they've had to learn how to be patient with themselves and with people in their lives that they love. When I was young, I used to hate being in school. Oh boy, me too. But the group I was, since I felt like... Wait, sorry. Oh, sorry, I need to start reading again. A word vomit again in my brain. When I was young, I used to hate being in school. Not the learning aspect, but the group I was in. Since I felt like a pariah, and I was treated as one. Since I was left alone. I didn't have real friends in comparison with my best friend at the time. Oh, I feel that so much. I understand that. Sort of growing up and going through school, I kind of expected to not have any other friends, and I used to like pick one friend to be like, this is my only one friend, and as long as I have this person, I'm good. Right? So I feel that. Well, we grew up together. Once in school, he hung out with other people. Everyone praised him for anything he did, while if I did the same, I was either ignored or Is this person describing my school life? Because you see that, like, this was also the same thing that happened with that one friend. And it was awful because I was like a stupid kid, but I started getting really jealous of her, you know? Because people told me that I was like a worse version of her sometimes, you know? And it's sort of like, oh yeah, they feel very similar, but Neg is just the worst version, and that like left me with like a huge complex. It's quite common. It's quite common. Sucks to be the Neg nasu, or like in this position, like this person, right? It's a pretty horrible thing to tell people, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, bros. The trauma that left on me is probably one of the main things that stopped me from making VTuber friends going into being a VTuber at the very start, because I couldn't help but think of myself as lesser than literally everybody else. And so it's sort of like, oh, if I share my community with anyone, then my community is gonna stop watching me. They're gonna leave because everyone else is better than me. Everybody's better than me. Yeah, it's actually awful, you know. If anyone's like vaguely similar to me, it's sort of like, oh no, this person has a deep voice. Ah shit, well they have a better voice than me. Oh no, this person draws. Oh shit, they draw better than me. No reason for my audience to stick around. Ah shit, this person has a vaguely similar sense of humor. Shit, well my audience is gonna hate me. You know, it was very stressful at that time. And after learning self-worth, that kind of stuff doesn't bother me anymore. It's so wild, right? It's so wild how experiences in your childhood can affect you later on, and then you have to relearn things like self-worth, and then you realize, holy shit, I was living like that. I spent my life living like that. So yeah, it does not feel good. You're not alone with having friends with great achievements while you didn't do much. And I think like for someone with that kind of trauma, you know, I think it was absolutely buck wild that I decided to be a VTuber or to be a streamer at all, because in this whole sphere, like, your personality is the product. You are product. And so if someone else has more number than you, then that means people like them more than you. Which is like how the brain juices go, right? It's how people rationalize it to themselves. And so that can really hammer in some form of like an existential inferiority, you know. At least like that was how I felt it going into it for the first year or two. Yeah, that kind of mindset really sucks. Anyway, continuing to read on with this. My best friend at the time, while we grew up together, once in school to hang out with other people, everyone praised him for anything he did, and same was mocked. In that situation, I told my mom to please get me out of here, and my mom told me to wait, so let's end the year and we'll see from there. I'm gonna wait for the plot twist. And indeed, the year was over. I got admitted to a pretty distant school, my family moved out, and overall the change was positive. Aww. I'm really happy that you moved somewhere where you didn't have to deal with that toxic mindset anymore, you know. I'm really glad that entire toxic dynamic didn't stay throughout your high school years, because that would have been awful for you. And, you know, I really do hope that right now, like wherever you are, however old you are, and whatever you are doing right now, that you don't ever feel afraid of sharing your achievements or sharing things that you do for fear of getting mocked. Because, you know, once again, childhood trauma, man, it sticks with us. And it will come out in very messy and explosive ways, and you don't even realize that it's sticking with you until one day you have a revelation and you realize something's got to change, you know. And so I do hope that you're never afraid of sharing things with people, you know. To be mocked for your achievements and to be mocked for things that you care about and things that you've done, it's venomous, it's vicious, and I dare say it's not normal. As in, like, yeah, it might be common, but it's not normal behavior, bro. People suck. It's not like well-adjusted person behavior. And I hope that you've found people to surround yourselves with who can celebrate your achievements, you know. And Godspeed. And hopefully, you know, that friend that you stuck with, that one best friend that you stuck with, didn't treat you like shit either. Because I know that, like, that one friend that I stuck with, like, she didn't treat me like shit, but she knew that everyone else was treating me like shit. And she just kinda ignored it because they were nice to her. And that built up a lot of resentment on my side as well. Because when I tried to talk to her about it, she would play dumb and be like, oh, I don't notice, you know. And she'll be like, oh, haha, I don't really see it. And she'll be like, oh, maybe Neg, you're misunderstanding. But yeah, it was just being complicit. And for the longest time, I thought that I was just being crazy. and then looking back, I realized, hold on a second, those people kind of all sucked. By the way, that is gaslighting. That is actually gaslighting. Not. Like not the Twitter. I told you a misinformation and now I'm upset. Fake gaslighting. That was real gaslighting. Anyway, next one. Right now, I am being patient with a friend of mine. Oh, is this thing anonymous? Yes. This is anonymous. Yes. No names attached unless you want to write your name on it. Right now, I'm being patient with a friend of mine. Ayo, present day. He's been so busy that we barely speak nowadays, but I know that sometimes he needs space, so I'm giving it to him. He's one of my best friends, and I know that even though it's hard waiting for him, that he's worth it because he's my best friend. Oh, the kindest thing I can do for both of us is to expel my evil thoughts and remember that when he's ready, we'll hang out again and we'll have a stronger friendship because of it. Oh, is he me? Hey, did one of my friends send this in, right? Did one of my friends send this? Did Asta send this? Did one of my friends send this? Did you say he just so I wouldn't be onto you? Huh? Did you say he instead of she? So I wouldn't know it's you? You know what? I'm gonna pretend that this someone wrote this for me. even though it probably isn't, because I feel like I'm on the other side of this right now. I know that I have quite a few friends who are waiting for me. I have quite a few friends who are waiting for me to finish my goddamn thesis so I can exist as a person again. I make time for streams, and I make time to lie down and stare at the ceiling and feel bad, but I haven't really been making time for my friends, and that kind of sucks, you know. Hey, I gave you guys a higher priority than my friends. Hey! It's about Nasa disappearing for 2 weeks. Then you should just say it's me! But like, good on you, bro. This was a nice little lighthearted pick-me-up after that last one. Tetsuya! Thank you for the resub, Tetsuya. Thank you. I hope you've had a great day, Tetsuya. Snowy, good morning, Snowy. Welcome. We're just getting through the submissions. We're on number 7. Now we're on number 8. Back in college, I was roommates with someone who I considered my best friend of all time, but it felt like I had to watch over him because he just always seemed depressed and never had motivation to do anything. Oh, this reminds me of that one earlier. Hey, the one that was talking about their sister, right, who had OCD and had to be patient with her. I think in some ways I saw myself in him, which made me want to try fix him in an attempt to learn more about how to fix myself. I have a story about this from my personal life. I once kept an unhealthy friendship in my life. Because I saw this person and I was like, oh, I used to be exactly like them, and they were acting out, you know, and they were sort of like, they were pushing people away, they were acting out, and they were like treating me terribly sometimes. And one of the biggest reasons I stuck around is because this person told me, hey, you know, I feel like you understand me better than anyone else before. And I kind of felt that, you know, like I felt, in a way, I kind of ended up feeling responsible for this person, because the only reason why I understand them better is because I've done all of the exact same things that this person had in the past, and I also acted out in similar ways and hurt people in similar ways. And I was just thinking, like, I couldn't walk away because I felt like I got better, you know. I got better by like keeping people around who are willing to help me through thick and thin. I got better, and this person's so similar to how I was back then. This friend is so similar to how I was back then that, like, I feel like I can get them to a place that is good, you know. And it's sort of like, it's not just I kept them around as a project. Like, we genuinely got along on a lot of things. We genuinely saw eye to eye, but it was just like, whenever that thing would flare up, right, I would understand. And I had a lot of friends telling me, Neg, you can't keep letting yourself get treated like this, you know. Why do you have to cop all of the bad shit? Because they haven't properly apologized to you ever for it, right? And it was awful, you know. But then like, as I do say, the interactions were starting to give me negative sim moodlets, and so I had to put my foot down and say, look, unfortunately, I care about you. Unfortunately, I care about you, but I don't have enough spoons to care about you, and it's not healthy for me. I still want to see, from a distance, I want to see you flourish and grow into a wonderful, beautiful person that does the great things that you do, but I gotta step away, bro. I gotta step away, bro, because our interactions have been giving me wild negative sim moodlets, and perhaps there's something about me and our friendship that triggers you. Maybe it's not me. Well, maybe it's not you. Maybe it's me. But like, I can't deal with copying all the blows, right? And it sucks. It really sucks, you know? So like to this person that submitted this, in some ways you saw yourself in him, which made you want to try fix him. I get that, right? I really get that. And it's sort of like, it really, like, walking away not only feels bad because you care about them, it really feels like, what if they're not gonna find someone else that believes in them as much as you believe in them? And you know exactly how much back then, when you were going through shit, you needed at least one person to believe in you. You needed that one person who was always on your side, being like, yeah, bro, I believe in you. And so, like, you didn't want to take that away from them, you know, because you're worried. Well, what if it takes them a long time to find another person that believes in them the same way that you believe in them? Or something like that. And like, in some ways, thinking that way is very selfish, right? Thinking that way is very selfish. And it like, in a way, it's sort of demeaning. It's sort of like, oh, you think that they can't live without you? Right? And so that's that kind of thinking was like, yeah, okay, they're gonna be fine. They've been fine. I mean, well, they lived like how many years without you around? They'll be fine, you know. Take care of yourself. Put on your own oxygen mask before putting on someone else's. If they're not gonna own their problems and at least apologize for the shit, that's not good. Or rather, like, it never felt like a full apology to me. But like, once again, you know, you can't push someone to grow faster than and like move past a stage that they are at, right? And so perhaps like they didn't know how I wanted to be apologized to, but also I didn't feel comfortable pushing it out of them. So, you know, I hope that I left an open enough door so that perhaps one day, you know, they can come back a few years down the line and be like, hey, I'm cured. But who knows, right? Who knows? I'm okay with being a villain in their story as long as it like helps them get through things, you know. I'm okay with living as the villain that abandoned them in their time of need, as long as you know, they get to live a good life better than the one that they're living right now. and going through emotional turmoil. Because sometimes it sucks, hey. Sometimes like walking away from for your own good does kind of make you the villain in someone else's story. I used to be very scared of that. You know, I used to be very scared of winding up as the villain. But I don't know. You can't win them all. Sometimes there will be no story if there is no villain. Yeah, sometimes you gotta accept that you might not be adequate. And like, once again, right, the way that I'm talking about them, it can feel patronizing. It can absolutely feel patronizing. And I'm not gonna deny that I feel a little bit like an asshole for the way that I'm talking about them. It's sort of like hey, they never asked me to adopt them. Why am I treating them like I'm a parent? But I guess in a way, like, it's unhealthy too, hey, because I started to feel like a parent. And you should never feel like you're parenting your kids. Parenting your friends. And it's also like, at the same time, like, who the fuck am I? As the hater of most friend groups, I am the villain. Oh, you got some villain vibes going, huh? I brought up sim moodlets. I mean, that's kind of how it is, though. It's kind of how it is, though. Negative sim moodlets. It's like, you know, when two sims interact in The Sims and it was a negative interaction, and then the little negative sign pops up above everyone. Wait, negative relationship moodlet. I got. If you guys have never seen it before, I need to show you. Okay. Hold on a second. I got it. I got this image. 1 second. Okay, save JPEG as. Thank you. Yeah, it's this thing. It's this thing. When you have a negative interaction, the two sims have a negative interaction. After it, it's just kind of. Interactions with them have been giving me negative sim moodlets. It's a whimsical way of like getting an idea across, and I love it. I love it. I stole it from my sister. I enjoy it so much. It has the same whimsical energy as BRB Sleep. Anyway, sorry, going off on a tangent, but maybe he could be pushed to join more clubs to interact with more people, get out of his comfort zone. However, nothing I did would take him to get the steps to make things better. So throughout those years, I learned sometimes you just have to let someone be to figure stuff out on their own, and it's not up to you to solve someone else's problems before your own. Put on your own oxygen mask before assisting someone else. It's literally the thing that they put in planes. Which I suppose is one form of learning patience. It really is. It really, really, really is. Because sometimes I still think about that friend and I'm like, I hope they're okay. You know, I genuinely hope they're okay. But I gotta be patient. I don't even think it's like a be patient thing. Like I feel like if this person's no longer in your life, like you should probably not think about them. But that's a whole nother can of worms. Sadly, we've drifted apart and I don't keep contact anymore because I feel like I've let him down, and it's probably better that we don't interact unless he wants to. I feel like this person, this submitter, he had a very similar experience to me. You had a similar experience, and all I gotta say is I feel you. I feel you a lot. You know, it sounds like I've had a lot of situations. But I mean, oxygen is key. Without it, decision making will be worse. That is true. Speaking of which, I gotta drink some water. I will say, the reason why I've gotten into a lot of situations that I've had to learn from is because I had very little self-respect. And honestly, a lot of people who have high self-respect, they don't put themselves in situations where they have to continually be subject to uncomfortable things until they learn. Oh, hey, wait a second, this is kind of this don't feel right. But I'm learning, you see. You gotta be patient. Yeah, gotta be patient with me. I'm learning. Man, I feel really bad for you. Okay, that's a bit mean. That's a bit mean. But like for like a bonus Easter egg for a bunch of Neg pals who've like followed me for a long time, right? They got to see me. They got to see the transformation of like low self-respect to like medium self-respect over time. And maybe one day I'll have like high self-respect. But I will say right now that I'm only sitting at a medium. You can only save yourself. This is true. All right, next. You time jumped 2 years. Well, I mean the VODs are mostly, quote unquote, mostly available. It's like the world's slowest burn. One day I'll become Giga Chad. I hope I don't become a mean person. You know, sometimes I think that like sometimes I'm afraid of becoming confident, and I feel like it'll make me lose empathy and sympathy, and it'll turn me into a mean person. And I know that's not gonna happen, but I'm afraid that it's gonna happen, you know? Because if I stop being a weenie, am I gonna stop being able to empathize with people who might be weenies? Hard things to think about. It was a great turning point when I decided to be firm and tell people off for calling me a cat. Oh, wait! Little Toothbrush, you were around then? Wait a minute! Were you not... You were around since then! Why is my memory so bad? Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember back then, and I'm trying to remember the people who are around back then, and I'm drawing a blank. You were there too, Scraggy? Oh yeah, you accidentally unfollowed. You don't think you've ever see a correlation between confidence and cruelty? There are loads of wildly insecure, manipulative assholes. I'm not really talking about cruelty. I'm more talking about like being curt. And being too curt can sometimes come across as being mean and rude. And I really hope that I don't get to that point, right? You weren't there. You see, were you? Were you not there, Argo? I'm fairly sure you were, but you see, now I'm not so sure. You're a lurker. Ah, so you're probably really quiet. Ah, true. Because I did notice, like Mr. Toothbrush, you did start talking a lot more often nowadays. Starmal, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You definitely weren't there. Yeah, you definitely weren't there. I remember you, Clueless Wanderer. You started showing up around the first Gundam phase. You definitely weren't. Ah, yes. I Janu, you started showing up around, it was from a Joru raid or from a Joru collab. I'm sorry. I gotta stop like pinpointing when and where people started joining stream, because I'm gonna like get it wrong once, and then I'm gonna immediately feel bad and be like, I'm sorry for not remembering you. You weren't there, but you brought it before. Oh, Triceratops, I remember the first stream you were in. I think it was during a Marshmallow reading stream. It was a summer memory one. Metal Death, I think your first stream that I noticed you in was an Emily is Away stream. You followed doing a Sinu raid. Yeah, I remember that, Silver Dragon. I remember. Oh my god, my memory is so fucking good. I'm so fucking good. I'm so fucking good, Rose. I'm so cracked. I got it wrong. The first stream you chatted in was my Neg Nass November retrospective. Yeah, but the first stream you joined in was the summer memory models. But I can't remember my own life. Once again, I'm using my memory slots on the most useless things. Not calling you useless, by the way, but sometimes I forget my own life events and I remember these. Listen, memory is limited, okay? Memory is limited. I'm putting things that happen with you guys are more exciting to me than things that happen in my life. That happens every day. So what? I forgot to brush my teeth this morning. Yeah, whatever. Sorry, I just said that as a joke, but I think I might have actually not brushed my teeth this morning. And that is kind of gross. Sorry. Thank you for the resub, guys. Thank you. I had to be like, oh, how do my teeth feel right now? Wait, did I brush my teeth? No, like I have memories of brushing my teeth, but I can't remember if it was this morning's memory or if it was yesterday's memory. I brushed my teeth. No, okay. I'll brush my teeth after stream. My teeth have waited all day. They can wait a little bit longer. Yeah. Just rush after stream. Yeah. Exactly. Smell check. Oh, no, thank you. I will brush teeth. Okay, I'll send you a picture of my toothbrush. Don't worry, bros. Oh, do I remember where do I think you popped up? Baba Is You was one of your first YouTube streams. I don't quite remember when you showed back up on Twitch again. Please remind me after stream. Like, I need to brush my teeth. Okay, next. Oh wait, did I read this yet? Okay. Hi Neg and Neg pals. Hi anonymous submission person. For the past couple years, I've been working as a teacher. Real! It's taken a lot of patience from everyone involved. Yeah, real. You know, when I was growing up, my parents always told me that, like, oh Neg, you should be a teacher. I think you're good at explaining things. You should be a teacher. I said no because I had no patience for it. So like, there you go. I would not survive being a teacher. Learning is a slow process, and I've had to be patient with students throughout it. Absolutely. I get very frustrated. So you have the patience of a saint. I also appreciate how students have been patient with me. I've fallen behind on returning marks several times due to the workload, but my students were always understanding. Aww. The amount of students have improved in such a short time, it's incredible, and you're really proud of them. Oh, it sounds like you have a really good student-teacher relationship with your class. Oh, yeah. And I'm really glad that they're not disrespectful to you. Well, I mean, like, taken patience involved, but still, the fact that you appreciate them a lot, and I'm sure that for someone who does care about their students so much, I'm sure they appreciate you too. Like, you've probably been told by so many people, but a good teacher in someone's formative years can absolutely change their lives. And I have so many teachers that I would like to thank. I would not be who I am today without them. Like they were very patient with me, you know, like growing up, I didn't know that I had ADHD. And so I would hand in homework very late. It would take me a lot to get started on homework, and I would cry a lot because I didn't know what was wrong with me. I didn't know why it was so hard for me to just fucking do my work. Because I went to a nerd school, you know, I went to an academic elite school. All of my classmates hated me because they were like, you know, why does Nasu get extensions on everything when she was too lazy to do the work? She's always doodling during class. She doesn't care about school. Why are the teachers all nice to her? But like, it turns out, you know, the teachers were giving me a lot of patience because they clearly saw, instead of seeing like a lazy kid who they were willing to let fail and like get mad at and yell at, they were patient with me because I guess they saw that there was something else that was going on, you know, and you know, they saw me break down and cry because I just didn't know how to do my work. I just didn't know how to just fucking do my work, and like I've like and I guess the thing. And I guess that's the thing, hey, like I would stay back and chat with them enthusiastically, and if class was interesting, I would participate in class. Like during class, I was like great at participating, you know? But then when it came to homework, I would give them nothing. And I would break down being like, I don't know what's wrong with me, because I just couldn't do it, because undiagnosed ADHD, right? And so I owe a lot to them. They were incredibly patient with me. And they helped me through a lot. So you, this person with the students, appreciate you. I as someone who was a student that needed help, appreciate you for being so patient with your students. That was you too, and not the ADHD though. I mean, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is, like if you were struggling and a teacher saw that and decided to, you know, comfort you and like really give you some advice and make sure that you were okay, And that's worth its weight in gold, right? Similar situation, right? You still remember the pre-ADHD diagnosis that led to the disappointed teacher look in some classes? Yeah. I only got diagnosed with ADHD in my last final year of high school. Like leading up to it, like in all the preceding years, it was just like I kept getting misdiagnosed with anxiety and depression and all that. But no one ever diagnosed me with ADHD. It was never ADHD until the final year of high school. I saw my current psych and she was like, hey, do you mind doing this test? Do you mind describing a few of these things? And they're like, oh yeah, that's ADHD, all right. Severe ADHD even. And the thing is, like, it wasn't even that I was just a dumb kid, you know, and it wasn't even that I was lazy. I would participate in class. I would do well in class. It's just the homework that I couldn't do. You had real trouble with homework and writing assignments. You would break down. Me too, bro. Me too. Oh, God. Those were some really bad times. And like, I hated it as well, because the other girls at school would bully me for it as well. You know, it's sort of like anytime. I used to be so, like, racked with anxiety about not being able to do my homework that I would, like, get stomach aches and be sick from school a lot. And I would, like, hide from school. And the other girls at school would joke and be like, oh, hey, there's an assignment due today. And they would, like, joke about it within my earshot and be like, man, I wonder if Nas is at school today. Yeah, and like, because once again, like, academic snob school, there were a bunch of girls who would, like, straight up ignore me and not talk to me because they're like, oh, my parents said that you were a bad influence and I that we shouldn't talk to you, or that we shouldn't be nice to you, you know. Good times. It was really bad. It was really bad, bros. And like that puts into perspective the whole, like, one friend I was hanging out with and her being complicit in things, right? But like, it is what it is, right? I don't blame those kids. I blame their parents. Their parents are probably the kinds of elitists that, I guess, put them in those schools in the first place. I mean, like, my parents also pressured me to go to that school, but still, you know, you don't get an elitist kid like that unless their parents are also a piece of work, so Onwards, it'll really mess you up. Oh yeah, no, it messed me up. Like, it did mess me up. That's why I went to therapy. And that's why, like, in some ways, you know, I'm still behind on a lot of social development that a lot of other people my age would have already gotten. I mean, come on, man. I'm a huge homebody, and you know what? Like, I'm kind of okay with quote unquote missing certain stages. I'm okay with that because it gave me more perspective, right? And it's always horrendous hearing those stories where the parents participate in the bullying. And the thing is that I feel like the parents don't realize it. You know, I genuinely feel like the parents don't realize what they're doing to their kids, because on one hand, I can kind of understand, like, oh, I don't want any bad hooligans to ruin the bright future that my daughter has. Because I understand. I probably would have been a bad influence. Your teachers would often insult you, but thankfully you had good friends having your back. And that's good, right? That's good. They're raising a winner just like them. Oh boy. I don't have any friends left from my high school, except for that one friend that I reconnected with recently. You feel so behind the rest of the class, and no matter how hard you tried to work on it, you would still feel short. You got super depressed over it. Right. And honestly, like, sometimes it really is just you need a different approach. Man, we could talk all day about the ways that school has failed all of us, huh? You feel like you were behind on a lot of social development too, simply because you didn't open up to people enough. Absolutely. Absolutely, that can happen as well, just like staying a wallflower for way too long. You had a teacher that was nasty to you. Years later, you discovered... Ugh. I physically recoiled at that one. Ugh. Years later, you discovered she had a thing for your dad? Ugh. Jesus Christ, I mean, if she had a thing for her dad, like, why, is she trying to be the evil stepmom? Like, why is she such a cartoon villain? That is, ugh. Why not go for her son? Hey, illegal, clear this one right. This is the illegal police. Put your hands up. You may gross joke. Illegal. Okay, next one. What's equally bad when someone you're interested in is into your dad? What? It's the plot of a K-drama. It's the plot of a K-drama. That's even worse. How come I'm allowed to make a gross joke but nobody else is? Hey, you guys call me out on my gross jokes, okay? We're getting treated equally here. You call me out, I call you out. It's an equal exchange. You're still learning how to actually learn after struggling so much in the classroom environment and eventually dropping out of high school in year 9, essentially homeschooling yourself. Shit sucks. No, I feel that though. I find like you hear this kind of conversation a lot on the internet, right? There's a bunch of people who grew up as gifted kids. They grew up as gifted kids and they sort of always like coasted through high school, and then they get to college and they're like, shit, I don't actually know how to study, but now I actually need to know how to study. I need to learn how to learn. And that sucks, you know, having to go through that. And when you don't build up the habits of learning how to learn, when you don't build up, I don't even think it's a habit, I just think it's a skill. It's a skill, and like when you learn it young, right, from a young age, it sticks with you, right? I don't even think that it's you're bad at learning. It's more like you're bad at forcing information into your brain, is what most of it is, you know. So I don't exactly know how you feel, little toothbrush, but I get that. Learning how to learn is like realizing that you have to learn how to learn it's a special kind of embarrassing, you know. It feels like you are so behind, and it feels like, man, it's something this basic and I don't know it. How am I alive, right? Oh, Trillius, welcome. You felt it unnecessary to leave the warning message. I'm showing it on screen anyway. Wait, which warning message? Eh? Oh, hi, Trollius, hi! Oh, this warning message! Oh, I didn't even start reading this one yet. Sorry. Then the teacher doesn't put you in the gifted program because you fidget too much. You're off to bed? Okay, Peak Italian, you have a lovely night, wonderful night, and I hope you had a great Mother's Day. Thanks for coming by tonight, and sleep tight. Yeah, this is starting to sound like it needs to be a therapy session. I mean, it kind of is, right? It kind of is. Talking about feelings and patience. This is number 10. Okay, so I hate to be a downer, but this might have to be the last one for the night. Because it is 1 a.m. and I am very sleepy and I want to sleep. Part 2 next week. I'm thinking of part 2 next week. Actually, funny that I was thinking of bringing on Asta next week. Cause you see, when it comes to like emotions and emotional talks and like deep talks and sort of emotional intelligence, I learned so much of what I know from Asta, and I asked her, like, do you want to sit in on one of these kinds of like we talk about feeling kinds of streams? Because I keep telling everybody that Asta's taught me so much, and I owe so much of who I am today to her. And she's like, yeah, of course, I don't mind. Yeah, just tell me a day. So next time I do this, it'll probably be with Asta. Yeah, she would have a lot of great things to say. And you know, like, the thing is, she said that, like, the reason why she doesn't talk about this kind of stuff much on her own streams is because she needs someone to prompt her. She likes having conversations about this stuff, but she's bad at like talking to the void about it. She's not a professional yap. She's not a professional yapper like me. She's a good conversationalist, but not a yapper. Very different things. Yeah. So to finish this, you know, this is gonna be my last one that I read alongside all of the tangents. But when I finish reading these, I'm gonna bring on Asta. I'm the mayor of Yapsville. Yeah, this one's the last one, just for today, though. Just for today, because there's like still like 9 left. Woohoo! Hello, it's Trollius. Hi, Trollius. Hi, hey, hi, hey, hi, hello, hey, hi, hello, hi, hi. Here is my pretty long story about being patient for someone, although I've not quite sure if this is the kind of story you want to hear as I write more. If you think it's inappropriate to share this on stream, feel free to skip. It's up to you to do. Oh, well, it's too late now. It's already here. Now I know what you mean by the warning. It's inappropriate to share this on stream. Feel free to skip it. It's up to you to decide. And I won't blame you for choosing no. Thank you. No, thank you for writing this, even though you didn't expect me to read it. So it has been quite easy for me to lose my patience towards people, except for a girl I once had a crush on during the last half of my senior high school life. Oh, I don't know why, but I'm smiling. It's the everyone is annoying except for you, my love, kind of story. I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for these kind of cheesy stories. Luak, you gotta go? No, that's all good. That's all good. Don't have to apologize. I hope you don't take it wrong. It was kind of funny. The non sequitur was very funny. And thank you for being comfortable with sharing something like that. It was very gross, and I hope that all of us cringing at how gross it was brought some kind of levity to it, you know. Thank you for sharing. Honestly, never apologize for sharing. Yeah, it was funny. It was really funny. Yes, okay, back to this. Quite easy for you to lose patience towards people, except for a girl you had a crush on. No, all good, Charlie. Don't worry about it. She and I had been classmates for a whole 3 years in senior high school. Oh yeah, and in Taiwan, like that's the entirety of high school, isn't it? And her adorable appearance and being easygoing had captivated me within a few weeks we met. No, absolutely not. Like, if anything, like, I invite this kind of story, right? Like, I absolutely love it when people talk about traumas and like we're having a sort of like open conversation about that kind of thing, right? So please don't apologize for it, and thank you for sending this in. I'm sorry. This, I know that it's probably gonna get worse, but like this part that I'm reading right now, you know, love at first sight, adorable appearance, easygoing. I just because I'm not gonna lie, I'm imagining a sparkle pink colored GL manga. And I know that I'm looking at it through rose tinted lenses. It's just to be two schoolgirls, or to be a schoolgirl that has another crush on another schoolgirl. Oh, the simple things in life. I'm sorry. I'm romanticizing someone else's past story. I'm setting myself... I know. It hits harder that way, okay? It hits harder that way. That was the time I found myself having a crush on her, but it was until she broke up with her ex-boyfriend a year later that I started my pursuit for her. I tried nearly everything I could to get closer to her, including creating my only Instagram account just to follow her, knowing that Instagram is the only social app she'd been using, but she always seemed indifferent to me, and had been procrastinating the approval for my Instagram follow. I even made my feelings about this into a Chinese poem. Oh no. I didn't think that there was anything wrong going on, and I thought she was probably just too shy, and that I would finally change her mind as long as I kept my pursuit going on and waited longer. Oh. However, my heart was totally broken when later I knew that there was a cyberbully going on in our class for nearly half a year. And that she was one of the perpetrators. And it was then that I learned about who she really was. Since then, I stopped my pursuit of her and my long wait for her to approve my follow. And I hadn't spoken to her for months because I wanted to collect myself and get out of the labyrinth built with the sweet, but a little bit silly but painful memories. And our relationship had turned back into ordinary classmates since my self-healing for the rest of my time in senior high. Surprisingly and interestingly, just a few days after our graduation, she's finally improved of my Instagram follow, but I hadn't ever seen any of her posts because I didn't feel interested in what she was doing. Oh! Character growth! You weren't interested! Yes! Oh, anymore for nearly 6 years, and we had no more contacts. Greetings and meetings since then. She'd become a total stranger to me. However, sometimes I still think about her and wonder how she's been doing. And maybe I'm still being patient, waiting for an opportunity for us to meet again. To try to be friends again. Oh, I like that though. Like, you saw her true colors for her being a cyberbully, but even at the end of it, you know, you realize that kids do a lot of awful things when they're kids, and people do change, right? And so even though you might not be romantically interested, you still kind of want, you're open to reconnecting, you know? And I think like that there is something that is a little bit sad, a little bit beautiful. Maybe I'm romanticizing things again, right? A little bit sad, a little bit beautiful of like you saw something in her once, and perhaps like there have been some missteps, and you might not be interested romantically anymore, but you never really got to be close to her, and you never really sort of got to hear how she was like, right? And so you are incredibly patient, bro, and you have a lot of grace to give. That is, you are very much able to see the good in people. I don't know, maybe I'm putting words into your mouth, but like that's how I'm interpreting it, and I like that, you know, I like that, letting bygones be bygones, because I am also thinking about the girls who were like awful to me in high school, and while I didn't have a crush on them, I didn't like them romantically. If they approach me and they are nice, I would be willing to be friends with them too, and to hear them out as well. Yeah, you personally regret not becoming friends with your old crush. Yeah, this is a story about your aborted first love. Oh, it's first love as well. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. It must have been a shock to you then to find out how she was like. Oh yeah, and also I guess I should apologize for imagining it as like a Kira sparkly GL. And I'm also like sorry for assuming that you're a girl because you like flowers. That's very bad of me. That's very bad of me. connections were made here, okay? I have like I have a mental image in my brain. I shouldn't be romanticizing other people's trauma. It's totally okay. Okay, good. You wish that you were patient with people. There are a lot of former classmates who you'd never want to reconnect with because of nasty things they did in primary school. Okay, fair enough though. But like, I do not wish to pull the age card. But aren't you like in your early 20s? I don't know. Give it a few years, right? Give it a few years. You might feel a bit differently. Because I didn't start feeling wistful about that stuff once I stopped being what the internet calls young, which is anything past 22. Okay, once I like stopped being in my early 20s, there really has to be like a clunkier way of saying that, less clunky way of saying that, right? The internet has no idea what young or old mean. Yeah, this is true. This is very true, Mossy. Some people weren't very nice to you, but you don't hold any grudges or resentment towards them. Unfortunately, I do hold grudges and I do hold resentment, but I feel guilty about the fact that I hold grudges and I hold resentment. You know what? Maybe we'll read another one. I'm on a high right now. I'm on a big high right now. I want to read another one. Sorry in advance if my English is bad. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry about it. I am in love with a friend who is very friendly towards many other men. That sounds very strange. Okay, I know. English not first language. Yeah, there might be a translation issue, but there's a heck of a start. I am in love with a friend who is friendly towards many other men. I'm sorry, I need to take a drink of water. I know they don't mean this, but this has funny implications. Okay, translation error. Sometimes I want to be a little selfish, but I'm afraid he will leave. Oh, he will leave? So you Oh, so I try to be patient and understand. I mean, okay. Regardless of gender and who likes who, I feel that, right? I feel that. I think it's a very different feeling when, yeah, might be that their first language has no genders. Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking. Yeah. That's probably also what I'm thinking. So like, I mean, like in this case, gender probably doesn't really matter, right? Like, if we just simply think about it as someone who's in love with their friend, but their friend has a lot of other friends that they are friendly to, and they get jealous, and they're being patient. I mean, that's hard, right? Like, I understand how it feels to be platonically jealous of my friends having a lot of other friends. I know how that feels, and I also know I've learned how to move on from that, but I guess I'm finding it hard to imagine, right? Like how much different if you're if you're romantically interested in that friend, just how much more painful it is, right? It may also not be platonic. Right. Like that's the thing, right? They're saying that they're romantically in love with this friend. Yeah, that they're romantically in love with this friend, and so I'm guessing it's one-sided. I'm guessing it's one-sided, and so I think you gotta tell him, bro. I think you gotta tell your friend, bro, because okay, so once again, I had this conversation with Cosplay Girl during that night where like we just talked forever, and so she she wants a girlfriend. And she was like asking me. So she was like, "Hey, so Neg, do you think that like it's wrong to stay friends with someone? Like, do you think it's wrong to be in love with your friend but not tell them like after a long time? Like to hold on to these feelings and not disclose them for like a very long time, as in like years, like 1 year, you know? Like if it's like 1 month or 2 months, then I think then like she considers that short, right?" So like that's a question that she asked me, and I'm like, what do you mean? And she says, you know, like, doesn't it kind of feel bad? You know, like wrong as in like unfair, you know, undefined. For her, wrong is like unfair. It's sort of like, it feels, because if it does come out in the end, it might make your friend feel kind of dirty. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, were you just friends with me because you were in love with me? You know, It's sort of like, how long is too long to the point that it kind of it gets a little bit. I don't know though. It'll differ for everyone, but like personally, I don't think that there's anything wrong with not telling your friend that you're in love with them, because I guess like it depends on intentions, right? Because the idea of having ulterior motives feels impure. Right, yeah. The idea of having ulterior motives makes the friendship feel impure. But then I guess it really is up to the person. It really is up to the person. But like once again, I guess it depends on if you want to act on, if you're thinking of acting on them or not, right? You think it's more unhealthy to yourself than to them? Yeah, obviously. Yeah, definitely. I think it's unhealthy to everybody involved, right? Just be friends because you love me. Is that one of those I love you but I don't like you sexual attraction things? I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I cannot imagine like, I mean, now as an adult, being romantically attracted to someone that I'm not already good friends with. Personally, you're open about your feelings and check with a friend first, like recently, but that's just, oh, congratulations! The moon! We're rooting for you, bro. You sent the letter to the moon. Though they could have become interested after becoming friends. That is true, right? That is true. Like, but then, like, what's the litmus test for being interested after you become friends? You know, because like once enough time passes, I think like you will also feel bad because of ulterior motives, right? I don't know. I don't know. What would I do in this kind of situation? That's what my friend asked me, and I just said that I didn't want to think about it. Because I'm not looking for, I'm not desperate for a girlfriend like she is. But yeah, food for thought. One more submission. Okay, next one. In that situation, you always feel bad. Why does love have to feel bad, bros? Why does love have to feel bad? Why can't we just say I love you? You are my friend. I know you know you, man. I love you. Alright, so this one says, I have learned patience because of my elder sister. Ooh. She can be very demanding and difficult at times, as she is the perfect child who has always had a good paying job and everything she's ever wanted. Oh no, it's the golden child. Oh. But I know that she has never had to struggle as much as I have. So recently she had some falls in her life, and her melting down and telling me that I'm a failure. Whoa. That is really unkind. Which hurts, so I just stopped talking to her and let her reflect on her life. Yeah, no, I think, and that she does deserve. She does deserve you to not talk to her, because she is the eldest sister. She is an adult who has had a career, and if she genuinely cared about you, she will understand why you're not speaking to her, and she will come to you on her own terms and apologize. Oh, good on you for exercising that kind of self-respect. And just in the middle of the night, packed my bag, but my phone on airplane mode and just left. Ended up walking to my uncle's house, which is a 2-hour walk away. Asked him to not tell my family, and the next morning I checked my phone and saw that she apologized. Which is whatever at the end of the day. I don't care what she really does. So now how I have patience is just walking away. Plus, walks are nice and just not start drama. This is true. This is true. Sometimes to exercise patience is like you have to take yourself out of the situation. Because like what I'm reading from this is if you did not take yourself out of the situation, it would have escalated into a huge fight. So like being able to do that is like such a good level of knowing yourself. I like that. I like that. I think that's also although I will say I have seen people who just straight up check out and shut down when they are confronted with something. They literally just check out and shut down, and they say, and instead of sort of admitting that is escapism and they're ignoring the problem, they're saying, oh no, I'm just taking myself out of the situation. I mean, I need to cool down, and they just never come back to it. Never come back to it. Apparently it is a very father TM thing to do, boomer dad thing to do. so I don't know. I've had friends who've talked about their boomer dads doing that exact thing. Outright ghosting feels a bit extreme. I mean, don't come back, as in like they never come back to the problem ever again, right? And then they come back after they feel like they can just sort of ignore that it never happened. And like I feel like at that point that's not patience, that's escapism. but like in the context of this though, knowing your limits and knowing when to walk away is very nice. Yeah, you can't run from your problems forever. Oh, watch me, buddy. Watch me. I'm gonna run a marathon. Yeah. It's like 1:20. I said that I would stop, but I didn't stop, did I? I think I gotta go to sleep soon, bro. But before I go to sleep, I need to tell everybody to listen to learning patience, okay? Everybody, listen to learning patience, okay? Okay? Here's the YouTube link. The entire this stream was sponsored by this song that we released today. And you know what? I have the instrumental. I think I'm gonna perform it live. Yeah. I think we're gonna live singing it. Just once. One song. Just one song.
for times that barely pass. So it seems idyllic to think that you'll be back. Before too long I'm walking back when I felt we were closer. So it seems, how do I say I miss you when you're not gone? Yesterday you reassured me, you told me just to wait, that you'll be back soon, don't be anxious. I'm just here waiting. It's hard 'cause learning patience, that's all I can do. I'll be strong for you. Words unsaid are what's left in my head. Did you know tears were shed when I last understood what all this means? I'll think it through about what I mean to you. No more doubts. Patience for myself is also kindness to you. Another day I'll wade the waters, I'll carry through this weight until tomorrow and agonize, 'cause I'll be here waiting and keep on learning patience. That's all I can do. I'll be strong for me. Man, I can't believe it. I have 2 original songs now. That's my second original. Whoa. Whoa. I'm sorry, the reality is hitting. Whoa. That's also my song. Hey, I have another song now. Whoa. You know, whoa. Whoa. 2. And now I have to also learn some patience because I gotta go sleep. And I have to wake up and start working on my thesis again. And tomorrow we are going to be playing a video game on stream. I have no idea what video game we're gonna be playing, but we're gonna be playing a game. Who wrote the previous one? I didn't write the lyrics for it, but I wrote an essay that I got a lyricist to turn into lyrics. Because I didn't know how to express myself with little words. This one, the first time that I turned my essay into lyrics myself. I have another song, No Longer a Rockstar Neg. Hey, I mean, I'm an armchair. I'm an armchair now, okay? It's a very different thing. The last song was very rockstar coded. This one's very armchair coded. Very different things. Wait, I finally get to say it. BRB sleep. See you tomorrow, bros. I'm gonna raid Asta. She's playing a game that she's been very excited about lately. BRB sleep. See you tomorrow.